find the struggle in this game to be more or less. You know what's funny? There's a golden secret why OBS, like, if OBS is meant to can stream, why does this never stream correctly? Now, apparently, I may have to exit and relaunch the game just because. You know, I actually pulled off the Christmas Miracle. I actually call it the Christmas Miracle because this game never gives me the shit right off, okay? Never. I think the last time I actually got somebody who I wanted in the first try, last time, was Kaizen. Everybody else has been a loss in the 50-50. Though I will admit, she came down to 14 left. Come to find out, you have to regrind her entire kit. Because there is no engines for Faisal. Because they pulled the HSR thing. Every resource you need for Faisal, by the way, this is just Ben 2.0. No one's going to use him. Now, I'm assuming she's going to have a very similar story to Miyabi. Someone actually has a theory about the 7 deadly sins. And there's 7 void hunters. They're all armed with swords that actually kill the user or hurt the user. Which is funny because if you look at her animation, she has the bird. This is just a working theory. They could always just change this at any time. Like, she tames the little Oni spirit that was inside the sword. But she still has the family sword. She just changed it. She seemed to have broken the sword. Now, she, in a weird way, is a combination of Hereshra of the Void and Hereshra of Sentience. By her character. I was thinking about that. But then again, this comes from a later date where people have played Honkai Impact. And if you never saw how the person referred to as Senti, which is the Hereshra of Sentience, came to be more of a loved character. Because she is apparently a very different personality than Fixuan. Fixuan is like all her battle suits came from either one tragedy in the past, and she's virtually immortal. I mean, she comes from the PE era. Man, all her stuff comes from the fact that she's immortal. So. And that's the whole Elysium Realm story. But what's funny is she is Aether, but she is Rupture. Now, the issue right now is, yeah, because actually with the anniversary, they give you a free character, a free S drive, in about 1600. Now, in reality, I had about 53 pity going in. I mean, I pulled on Hugo thinking we were going to have, like, 2 editions. And they were going to basically nickel and dime us between now and then. But, bear in mind, that's the whole deal. Her actual engine, there is an A engine for her. So there's 2 A engines. Okay. There's 2 A engines. One you can buy at the gadget shop. The other one's obtained at level 30 in the pass. If you have the upgraded deluxe. Now, what is predicted is her discs that you need, just like Miyabi, you have to refarm. She has her own discs that came with her. She has her own boss and mini boss. Now, it's pretty much the same, but I am not the biggest fan of Electro Woodpecker. Because the thing about it, I mean, she's going to cost probably about 2 million to get back up and get up to any running. That's if a minimum, right? Because her discs, now, her stuff all goes off max HP. Now, they want, like, okay, my curse is why I always hate Woodpecker Electro. I always got Electro Woodpecker sometimes when I mess up on this. Is it's not a good set. It is a crit rate set. That's it. And only certain people use 4-ups. And if you're not using it for 4-up stuff. King of the Summit, I'm going to bet, is the next one. Okay. The Tiger Girl is going to, that's hers. Now, I still have to perfect Vivian's. This is hers. Now, let me see. Harmony Shadow's a weird one. Forget who that was for. See, this is a set that might be a better offset. I mean, why? Oh, first, I have to be very honest. What's funny, I actually saw people mention Hormone Punk. Hormone Punk is a set I've had my eye on for a while. But, if you're talking for a 2 set, see, apparently, the bear is supposed to use that one. Proto-Punk really doesn't have anything unless it's going to be shield. Let me see. So this one, well, these sets are pretty identical. Now, in reality, because her stuff isn't crit. So if it's crit damage, what her specialty is. But it's so weird. She's Aether, but she's Rupture. Actually, I really do forget who that is for. Shadow Harmony was... What they do. Honestly, that's a set that's probably going to make Jane Doe actually semi-usable. Because all her shit is either dash or that. But her and both Nakamata both are been falling down. So... What scares me is how badly these will roll. I'm not saying the other. I mean, Electro Woodpecker, I hate the grind for it. Never use purple. I don't care how good the purples look. Never ever use them. Not in the end game. I would rather have a really shitty version of this. Oh, hell. I wasted that. Oh, wrong one. I forgot to actually do that one. Forgot to change the track. I mean, Vivian was a really big one for me, but Vivian's one of those void supports. She's the Aether support, though. That's a trick. Now, the question in her mechanics is how much. Like, Astro Yao is clearly, if Aether is going to be a support. Oh, fucking shit. Okay, that's acceptable. That is not acceptable. And the thing is, they kept a lot of her kit. A lot of Fixuan, Yizwan. Her kit, I'll get the name right, how they actually say it, I'll figure it. They kept her kit very hidden. Like, her kit arguably was the most secret kit for a while, right up until recently. Well, go to the 6. Hmm. Wow. That's actually a god roll. But will that stay a god roll? That's the thing. I don't know if that will stay a god roll, though. Usually anything like this can be 50-50. My experience, I just say this because I've played this enough. Getting a disc to... Okay, the best discs, ideally, need to be all percentage. In fact, if they are not percentage, they aren't good. I mean, ideally. This is just saying. I have a bunch of backups. I was farming stuff for her. Like, she's... Well, but bear in mind, a lot of stuff with Vivian's discs are really weird. You know, when you look at them, they're not the worst, but they are anomaly masters. But a lot of these, I just need to test and see if they're going to actually work their way out of the system. believe it or not. Like, I'll keep a 4, but I won't. It's really weird when you look at it. Well, I'll be honest. Aftershock in Dash, yeah, I'm just hoping that the 1 doesn't. So I haven't redone my, yeah, you see how I get weighted. I get a lot of 1s, but they're, I've gotten a lot of 1s that are actually decent in this set, as I said. If it's the question of if they're good. But I'll say honestly, if she is an anomaly, it's going to be where she lies. Basically. Her strength is a different story. Oh, okay. So, a lot of discs, right? Because there's an anomaly meta that's going to come in, arguably, that some discs have utterly aged out badly. Actually, I gotta look at my 1s and see. I really should look at my Vivian. Second. I mean, by the way, the streamlining UI is really interesting. See, like, her kit hasn't changed in, like, ages. But at least they set you up with a year 1. Like a year 1 special. Which, I mean, hell, like, you can pull her and you can pull Brimstone. I mean, that's literally hers. So, I mean, hell, a free Brimstone, I'm not going to argue about. Because with, look, arguably, I'm going to say she has not aged up well. I say this as a record. She has not aged up well. Her combat style either needs to be gutted or she is going to come into probably fruition in about a year or 2. Her and Nakamata. Okay? Both. Nakamata is based on Evade. And I do not care because the problem is she doesn't age. Like, the problem is she's just going to be that weird. Like, all of her skills inherently, the only way I would conceivably use her is in one section. I would totally reverse her stuff. But for a free fire attacker, she is good. She has high anomaly. She has high mastery in anomaly, right? That's where her strength lies. But her actual play style, she is Anby if Anby was a fire attack. That is actually why I passed on. There were actually 3 I passed on in year 1. One was Lighter, which is a fire stun. And 10 Soldier Ambi. 10 Soldier Ambi wasn't. She's very complicated, and she does not have a place in the meta. She's entirely out. And then Hugo. That's because Ice has no place right now. Ice is that weird. But a fire, because. So the second 5-star coming out is the Tiger. And she is. I'm not thrilled by anything I see in her kit. The support agent to the main person in a faction should always be good. But stuns don't feel good. They have killed stun. Stun was a meta that could have taken off at some point. I mean, section of rework, I would literally gut half the. Well, the problem is they need to gut the robots. So, see, hers isn't pen ratio. So, see, her rating stays roughly the same. So, I mean, assuming you level her up, she'll be good. But she is saved. The reason why Anby has aged out. I mean, hell, like, of the ones you could pull in year 1, Grace is probably going to age the best. Grace, I mean, Kalita is good, but I can't recall the last time I used Kalita in 2 or 3 versions. That's how bad she is at the moment. I'm going to be very honest. MiHoYo is basically forgetting their starters exist. And it's largely the MiHoYo teams. Lycon is not going to age. Okay, here's the beauty of Lycon is Lycon is good in single target. Okay? Lycon's mastery in ability comes from single target. If it's one enemy, he will dominate. Reyna has a meta to herself because there's a support meta. As I said, the only ones I passed on, I guess there was more I passed on in year 1. She was a trap in the year 1. Now, if you like her aesthetic and you want a main star, go ahead. Not my type. I switched too much. And yeah, I also passed on her. I mean, I know. Yeah, see, of all the extra agents we got, Lighter has a secondary effect, but Lighter's bonus effect doesn't work with my style. Hugo, I'll pick up in a second run. Her mechanics need a total rework for me to use her. She is an attack version of Anby. That was her strength. It's kind of like in Genshin. If you're going to make a character usable in a 2.0 version or an S, make them usable. Alright? They need to be usable. They don't need to be an S rank version, which is slightly better. It was always the contention I had with I keep forgetting her name. I forget she exists, actually. It's the archer from Inazuma. Everyone loves her. She has one of the best looking aesthetics in the game. But on principle, I never play her because she's a waste of an S pool. She's a waste of a 5-star pool. And she's also an archer, so she's easily for me to forget about. I'll use the catalyst user before I'll use the other. Now, arguably, that's why I said stuns towards the end got worse. Now, his mechanic is good. That's why I'm going to pick up on the second. So, barring between that, but if 2.0 is shaping up to be but largely the faction that won out in year 1 surprisingly was Section 6. Section 6 arguably was the best faction in year 1. And if you missed some of them, so the 2 factions that did the best in year 1 surprisingly was the Sons of Caledon in Section 6. Now, Section 6 was largely known. What is that? So, 3 of the S's you knew of. Is it 1 at the start? Is Miyabi? It's weird they're not together by faction. Him, which is given out for free in the 5.5. Her, and Sakaku. Arguably the best electric units and ice units in the game. Despite the fact she's a 4-star. Now, realistically, this faction aged out the worst. And she was a forced, fan favorite character. No. Physical's in a really bad shape right now as well. Surprisingly, which is funny and I get proven right, is Seth. Right. Seth has proved. But we will see if something changes in 2.0 without the meta shifting at some point. Like Jane Doe, arguably a fan favorite, but she is a better version of Neko Mata. And here's the caveat, but her playstyle doesn't work. And you can ask how I know this. You can look at CU defense. CU defense. Now, there was something that happened in the game in the last, I think, 3 versions. Yeah, by the way, this is in total new UI, by the way. Total new UI. Let me see. Because there's 2 things you're going to notice. Okay. So you got CU defense, right? Here. Now, arguably, I'm going to complain. I've always complained about CU defense. I despise siege defense. But this comes from my hatred of Abyss. Abyss, pardon the phrase, is abysmal. Because it is largely meta driven. Alright? Let's say it's meta driven. Okay? This and HSR has something very similar. I think it's like the little mirror thing. Memory of Chaos, I think it's called. Now, this looks fine. This is more easily fightable now. Okay? It's fightable better as a state of now. Because you're going to notice combinations of elements that I largely would say, because if this is the one that I passed on because you can't fight it, you couldn't fight it. So ice physical, this is where you start to get into, I mean, I would largely say of the node. I mean, they do this with HSR. HSR, they keep about the same ones, the Memory of Chaoses, and I forget what the other one is. It's usually because I'm never there. It's strange because Aether got so pushed in year one. But arguably why we pulled Vivian and Astro Yell. Now, I wouldn't personally never recommended sticking Astro Yell and her on the same ticket. That is the most, it's the screwed up thing in the entire world. Because you need Astro Yell. If you do not. So the teaser characters we're looking at for Summit. Summit is looking at. So Astro Yell. See, here's where. Okay. I get into the complaint. Actually, what's funny is they already released the Bang Boo. The Bang Boo is actually adorable. But it's in the same tradition. Every second region has to be a Chinese region. So, I mean, technically, we're all using it. See, here's what I don't like. She's meant to be like the new one, okay? So the one is when you look at the engine itself, this is the one for her. Now, arguably, we're talking because HSR, when they did HSR launched Remembrance. Remembrance didn't have any light cones. And the Remembrance light cones are still ass. Because we're still going through them. And I believe like half the people right now in HSR being released of the agents that everyone wants, or the characters, are all Remembrance. So the Remembrance problem is not fixing itself. Now, this is clearly designed mainly for her. I mean, she has the sheer. Now, I'm in a really big quandary. Do you just want to pull for her? Do you want to pull for the shitty support agent? Nor do I really care about secondary ones. Let me explain this, because this is clearly the better one for her. I'm not too thrilled about it. But, again, they are weird. They have the cruelty that they have in Genshin. Do you pull for Astro Yao? Because this is done side by side with Xbox. Now, I don't agree with this strategy. I've always hated it. You don't stick 2 5-stars, which are a must, on the same ticket. It will drive a sane person mad. I know the next one is loaded too. Now, because here's the trap. Skip the Void Hunter, you're waiting a year. You know how we know this? Skip the Void Hunter or skip the Haresher, you're not going to see it again for 6 months. Or till the next version. Unless that Haresher becomes meta. And by all means, either partly irrelevant, you recycle. As I said, she's a combination of Haresher with the Void and a little bit of Senti. She has the kind nature of Senti. But, again, I'll see how she plays in the story. I mean, W Engine clearly is designed for her. I'm not really... Look, characters are more important than the engine. But that 12% up... 12% on HP plus the crit rate. Because this is ideally the only major engine for her. I mean, I'll be very honest, but they're probably going to chunk the... We're going to be getting a lot of this. See, partly the only reason. I mean, granted, 6-1, half a dozen the other. And like I said, the only other engine you can get for her is this engine right here. Okay. And this is locked behind here. But that's going to be the ideal. But I mean, it's not the end of the world compared to the first one. I mean, it does the same thing, slightly different. I mean, crit rate, but radio wave journey is going to be the one in tier 3. But you have to actually at least upgrade your plan on the battle pass. You have a chance to get it. Now, they have her combined with HP and crit rate, which, now, I'm not against the initial setup for her. Her base stat, she has 4. Now, she is the first to have sheer force. Now, that's what makes Void. So if she is going to be the prototype for Rupture, I mean, she's not really even Aether. Aether, I thought largely she was going after, because they kept both of her elements secret. She's going to be the only type of agent of her caliber within this category for, unless I might be another one, because 2.0's cast, which we are are playable characters. Like, there's another one that's coming out. It's a Dragon Girl, which I don't care the aesthetic she's getting pulled, and I don't care if she sucks horribly. I'm getting her, but I don't think she will. There's like a bunny, there's some other stuff. We know there's like 7, because we've already seen the some release this year of the ones. I don't care about the robot, because there's going to be another either Tops fashion or another. Because right now, the state of Aether supports, if you didn't pull Vivian, you're going to have Astro Yell. And again, if you don't have in your Aether support, either you're going to be relying on Nicole. Nicole or, I mean, largely it just depends. I mean, State of Electric hasn't changed in, like... See, Vivian... Here's the thing about Vivian. Vivian is anomaly, okay? But her part is she buffs other elements. That's where her secret is. Now, her playstyle is an anomaly playstyle. Astro Yell largely, like fire attack, this is the ideal setup if you want an attack. Now, it's weird. I mean, I followed some of the build guide, but I'm not gonna lie. This is weird. She's a weird one. She's really strong in what she does. And I really probably should redo her. But see, Zuyuan was the first Aether. Now, she pays for herself, but she's an attacker and she's a little bit brittle. Literally without increasing. Like, if you don't increase her defense, she takes 1 or 2 hits and falls. Quinn Yi arguably is the best electric stun in the game. But what did I mention about stuns? Stuns don't age well. Stuns have been in a bad spot for roughly a while. Physical started was the first to degrade. And quite honestly, I could tell physicals degraded roughly because of HSR. HSRs, they're still largely irrelevant. Like, Anby is good for free to play, but you're still going to struggle. Nicole largely became better because you had to use her. Now that you got two other Aether supports, and the thing is, with CU defense requires having two different teams. That comes from HSR. As much as Corrin's Assault is good, you know. I suspect Lucy's going to start aging out eventually. Eventually, as I said. I mean, What's weird, though, the only physical who hasn't aged out is Piper. Piper and Kaiser, both. Because Kaiser is the next support agent. The next agent on the next back of the next banner. The first rerun of her is on an agent, and that's going to be a really funny thing. And Kaiser is one of the best defensive agents, which can be slotted into any team. Now, of 4 stars right now, Piper is actually like, it's kind of weird. That's why I said Sons of Caledon actually did well. Let me see. Let's see what his skills are before I utterly don't ever level him. First of all, his aesthetics look like atrocious ass. No offense, I can't stand it. Oh, so he has sheer force. Impressive. Yeah, he's a sheer force person. Well, he might not have too much relegation to the back lines. So he has basically the... Okay. And he's a little more beneficial. So he's more usable than Ben. Slightly. See, on the back of the next banner, though, Kaiser. Now, I do like her a lot, but I don't think her time in the meta has come yet. Okay? Her time in the meta is not here yet. Hold on. Fucking people sour my mood. So, you know what I hate? I'm going to say this. I hate morons who don't think the fuck ahead. I despise them with a passion. But then again, I'm a logistics person by nature. So the opposite to me is a person who just flies by the seat of their pants and expects to live. I'm kind of like Batman. I plan ahead to a degree. I mean, even if it's haphazardly. I see where the day takes me, and then I follow it and adjust accordingly. Again, people who are idiots. So even if they're your own family. I don't want this. No. Don't piss off and sour my mood for the rest of the day. I will hate you for the next week. But back to my main point. You can pull her. So the 3 you can pull on the anniversary, right? So, let me see. Bonuses here. So first year. I've already done it. Where is it? So you have a limited channel, right? Not the limited channel. I saw where that was, but I don't know where it is. So. Yeah, see, we have a lot of events right now that are going to give us stuff. Not the limited event. But in the anniversary, right, you can pull from, which is the people in the standard stable channel. Okay. So it's any of these. The stable channels. You get 1 free. You also then get their starting engine. And then you get like 1,600 of the other, and whatever, like some polychrome. You get polychrome, so depending on how you feel. Now, arguably, her being an electric support does fine. Lycon, as I said, is ice, but his problem is in every single lineup you either want him, he isn't good. Because everything is mass. Her is a very early style and a prototype that doesn't work. Nekomata is a weird one. She's a dodge counter. Now, I suspect if they work on stunners, her stock will come up. If you're going to do it. Now, the problem is why I looked at it, I'm like, they dropped this today, and arguably we have to look. Regrinding discs and setting up a character takes about 2 million. It takes 2 million, okay, to do. That's a low. I mean, HSR is a standard of about 3 million. So, HSR is a standard of 3. So, a lot of stuff with characters. And as I said, gadget for her, you have to earn. And that's what I'm going to show first. Because that's why I'm not going to deal with an A rank. I need at least an A rank to make her Like with the where I play, if she's not an A rank engine, I'm probably. I'm literally gonna be in a bad mood for like the next 6 hours, all day today because of that phone call, and I'm not gonna want to see that person. So I'm probably gonna do a short stream today. Fuck that, because I don't want to be around if I have to see them. Because I'm not in the mood for an argument with a retard. And I'll probably put them on an ice burner for like the next week. That's because I don't need my stress and anxiety a lot worse. Yeah, like this engine ain't gonna cut it, by the way. Because again, there's the free-to-play engine, and then there's the other one. I don't like either of those. Arguably, I got like a really god rolled 4. I think it's like a 3, in fact. But these always don't work. In like... Again, every time. Every fucking time. Tell you, every single time. Either they are going... Yep. That's dumb. For them to work, you have to have, I'm not too thrilled, but that can work. You know, the worst part is when you tell someone just to take it out of the account, or you plan ahead, you know, they don't. Look, logistically, yeah, they know damn well what they're fucking doing. Just don't think ahead. because I don't plan ahead for it. I ain't gonna cut it. I mean, these are always gonna be defense, but those are always gonna be defense. Listen, I need to look at my Vivian. And I'm gonna probably purge a lot of my Vivians. But yeah, she, by the way, has a lot of her character is it's a reason I leveled her. I got kind of lucky. I need to actually see if there's a better version for her. I don't think I have found a better version. Because what? I forget what her stats are. Her stats are that in pen, right? So it's anomaly efficiency. I got really lucky with some of these, like, here. But, like, she's a good support agent. Like, in the terms. But anomalies have always been halfway decent for what they do. You know? The problem is you don't want your support agent, if you're switching out, to be a glass cannon. You know? The problem is if your support agent is a glass cannon, yeah, you're gonna be in very bad shape. I mean, it's always easy to farm these every week. So, HP, crit, and attack, and other defense. Crit rate. What is she lacking? Crit damage and attack. The worst. I believe we found a candidate. We found a candidate. It's a little game I have to actually play. I have to actually make this work. Some of these you can keep around because they're halfway decent. But ideally, if you're using them, because there is no room for... See, if they automatically roll as a 4, 4s do not roll as... I want to say 4s do not roll that much. Like, 4s will roll... It's a very rare, very, very rare. By the way, what's funny, I'm gonna have to do one day. Like, people do that irritate me that are really stupid, and I say this politely. Like, other YouTubers that I either watch or I deal with, or I've ever seen. Oh, dude, I haven't touched the Sunny State in mid-play either. And, dude, and I'm gonna have to hit on disparity again, dude. Because it's like... God, fucking hell. Like, I guess it's because I can spot when someone's doing mid-tier reactionary shit. I hate that stuff. With a passion. Like, if I see that, I'm going to likely not like the person's content, dude. Like, look, do it if it gets you views. If it doesn't get you views, don't even do it at all. Because it makes you don't want to be called a shill, then don't do it. Likelihood. That's kind of the worst part of it all. It's weirder in the UI. They're going definitely into mobile UI. Like, MiHoYo has been definitely doing this for a while. It's like, if you see HSR, you kind of know what they're doing. I mean, I see it more or less because I see it in the various games they do. It's not a total washout. Like these, if you think of how many I actually had to go through before looking at these, even getting them to actually be decent. Like, if they don't pass with a quote-unquote smell test or usability test, I don't keep them. The right combinations, usually. As I said, percentages are... It's a 3. Where's it go? It's a 5. 5, so... Quite honestly, if you're expecting energy bills in the goddamn summer, you know what you do? It's the same thing as I always tell them. Take it out of my fucking account. And did they ever do that? No, they don't. You have to find something to actually bitch about, don't you? Isn't that how it works? Well, in those games, I can sit. Because the idea, right, is, well, technically what I need to tighten up on Vivian is more or less the ones. Right? I mean, I could probably... Honestly, the right decision would probably be to just sacrifice the rest of them and just... I mean, what are you gonna do anyways? I mean, we're just... Look, this is worse than actually having to, it's kind of like equipment grind. Which, in a way, I'm actually searching for the ones I search for, right, are not going to be around, so... If they don't fit a bill, likely they get rid of them. They're not... Honestly, some of these are good for what they do. Like, these will be... I mean, honestly, I would rather have like the 8%. Usually, when something's anomaly, you know, technically, if a lot of stuff gets proven to be the anomaly meta finally arrives, if the anomaly meta does, it's going to hit. The question is just when. I mean, CU defense is going to make or break the people. I mean, technically, Phaethon's melody is designed, but in a 4-piece, it's good on the. Like, I could put this as a replacement to. It's like in Division, right? Like, Nicole is designed to have. See, there's only one other. There's Nicole. Nicole always gets. So, Chaotic Metal has the corruption. Now, arguably, oh, I see. Like, I totally need to like re like I should redo chaos. But she's a good days person. Like her whole metric is about days. If that makes sense. I mean, it's a different than having, but she's a character that's largely she's in the beginning of the game and she's the first one you gotta get because she's gonna be your base Aether for a long, long, long time till you get another Aether character. But she has that support issue problem. Largely in a Switch. Like it's recommended. See, I would almost switch her out. But there's also a problem with her in the term, and I'd have to check it. See, the other person who uses chaotic metal is this one. But this is something that's be the odd one. But I do not know in the because in the recommended I don't know, say upgrade suggestions. Because in suggestions, therefore, sad characters vulnerable. Yeah, chain physical days. Aether. Then her ult. Her ult is clearly. It's the quick assist. I mean, technically, who either makes it or breaks it is. This is probably arguably where I always skip on my stuff. Vivian has a weird thing in support, but if you play Genshin, you can kind of figure out how to make Vivian work. Because I do suspect a lot of those, because especially you're using her on your here. So a lot of this here is the case. But I suspect, and this is where I suspect, that's going to be a better gear. Chaotic metal is good, but that's probably going to be a better. Now, this is not in any of the sites, but this is just a stat. Like, if you're trying to go in-game and adjust it, you're probably going to get rid of it. But honestly, that's just a refarming thing. Like, apparently you can get a bunch of 6s, but that's probably why I said largely I'm going to take a lot of the Aether, because almost everybody who uses Aether uses chain attacks. Which is really weird. That's how it works. Because it's not like when you have ice, you have a suitable replacement on ice. The issue itself has always been the other setups. I mean, to be honest, energy regen is... See, how I play the game is I play because I know how MiHoYo games usually work. MiHoYo games... So there's this thing in time attack. If it works, what you're doing is you are breaking up the... I mean, it's more or less ability spam. As I said, admin is key. That's usually where we have to be. Talking about admin. That one. Let's see. I'm looking for that one. But right now, I am stuck. It was a 3, wasn't it? I spotted it. But that's why I kept a lot of these extra. Because I have a firm suspicion I'm going to be switching those out at some point in future. That's why I kept it. Because, like, I know damn fucking well. Every Aether is an anomaly user. Just don't like these. As I said, they can be trashed. I'm not. Like, as a 3, sure. It's like as a 6, that can probably stay. But largely, no. Because if you're trying to squeak out damage with her, it's because I got her and I need a bit. Well, look, I got her this morning. I was like trying to set her up, so there's 2 ways to do it. So And when you're supposed to actually use Bardic Needle every week, if you don't use her, like if you, like my thing is I've noticed if you never use her, people are like, sure. And I do believe the extras are around. If you do not stop telling me about that, I hate the notification system in the game. No one cares. Thank you. Good. Hmm. Always hate stuff midweek. I don't think my luck to get the engine will be good. It's like if I'm trying to save for... I mean, the easy solution till her would be that one. I want to say that the engine is not even good. What is the base on that rupture, though? So I'm going to say the base on the rupture is... Where is it? Yeah. See, that's attack, not the other. It's attack. That's counterintuitive, but it gets her where she is. Because a lot of stuff here is, as I said, that's the free to play one. So again, that's its base stat is utterly different. So kind of gonna have to go into Scott's outpost first. I know how badly these roll, so I don't like it one bit. I hate this one though, with a passion. I mean, technically, I do need Infernal. I mean, Ice and Physical, surprisingly, isn't bad. But, which is the one? Hunter and Hunted? It's still so bad. Hunter and Hunted is not great. But, like, the state of Aether, though, is weird. Like, see, technically, we have, like, a team of, like, you could actually make an Aether team now, which is so odd. I used to use Nicole more. She has the most adorable character, though. Part of her aesthetics is actually works. But Astro, yeah. See, what's funny about her? Now, what makes her a little weird in her skills? It boosts. She has a high days, which is strange. Like, she is a support, basically. What's funny is a lot of the weirdo people turned her into the psychotic stalker. But I do need to, as I said, Fixuan gets a little too banged up too quickly. See, you can always tell the signs of an HI3 player by how they play. It's one of those things you automatically know it. You can always spot a Genshin player by the same, by their laziness, which I've often wondered and attributed. I mean, now I know we need to go hunt up there. Easy peasy. Arguably, I should have taken advantage of when it was the, King of Summon I'm gonna need for the other ones. Why? Remember, supports can ultimately. Now, the thing about the reason why Astro Yao has been very key. Now, arguably, if you have a fire attacker, you didn't really need it. Again, I play my Astro Yao. I play my Astro Yao like I do my I call her Ye Miko. I treat her the same way. Ye Miko has been my bread and butter for a while. Again, that's why I say the power of Aether. Disc or key first. So you can also tell I have the after effect of playing too much of the time attack moments, because I go for bursts. That's why I'm really hesitant, because that chaotic metal, the corruption damage on days, that is usually where there's a lot of damage. That's why I'd be really hesitant to take that off. Also, I'm not going to be the fan of the massive dialogue trees incoming. As I said, they're all rolling like shit. They are legit rolling terrible. But I was always a big proponent of Fixuan in the first place. But my style lends to having supports. Only a person who plays HI3 knows how to take 3 support units and turn them into an offensive force. Easy. But it's also, I realized how to do the power of days. Days is a secret meta that, believe it or not, days done properly works better, but it's only certain units and characters which are good with days. The rest... Days is one of the hardest. Unfortunately, I need it for the damn panda. Unfortunately, a lot of these, they die too easy. So when they did the change that made every character have an ult, oh no, I was home in my element. By far. I think this is like the game that actually is the closest I've seen them do to MiHoYo. Like, MiHoYo is that weird one. Now I have to get these. I'm like, you're gonna roll horribly. Oh, I have pretty a bank of shit. If I really need it. And I also get to see what the new boss is like. I always love how the new boss always spoils the ones. And to all the people who passed on Vivian, I've always said Aether is the most powerful element in the game. But the key is you need the Aether support. This is what a lot of people are not going to have on Xbox in the beginning. They're not going to have the support. Aether support is probably the most valuable. Again, these are rolling like total dog shit. I'm going to stay here for... Now, only if Genshin had this level of tight control, I'd feel happier. But a lot of this excellence in play is drilled into you because, subconsciously, because of HI3. It clings over. Like I said, like the Division, I do stuff in blink of the eye. In this, I do this in blink of the eye. Because this is part of just natural gameplay style. Okay? This is part of it. If I explain this, this is just massive amount of muscle memory. Okay? Switch a character, spam ability. Pop off an ult. Switch to the character. Switch to do the quick assist. Because in HI3, your character damage, and there's an additional bonus based on the combo system. It can work in the same way here. But a lot of the stuff, like in Genshin, is you have characters set up to be mainline DPS. That's arguably probably why my lineups in Genshin are extremely unconventional. Because I take characters which are mainline supports, or they're considered sub DPS. Like I turned the Geo Archon into a mainline DPS. Then about 2 years later, people realized how to do it. So... See, the beauty of actually, God, see, Astro Yao is probably one of the best units in the game. Oh, that bloom. If you do not know how powerful you can make these, you're talking about God clear time. If it weren't for a page shill meta that is HI3, I probably, in the cater to whales, a lot of my lineups would still be... Like, you're talking to a person in Memorial Abyss. I am the person that every week in my group, I am like top 3 or top 4. But right now, I'm kind of way, way down in the dregs of a Memorial Arena currently. But I can be in Abyss 3. But there's a very big difference between that and Abyss. I would say Abyss 3 and arguably Abyss when you got into the other. It used to be a time I could make it into. Like, I think it's Red Lotus. See, at level 60, they get an unnecessary buff. That's a good test of a lineup. You know, see, Astro Yao is also a ranged attacker. You know how to do it. With every single thing is main. Setting up is going to be the key. Well, it is quick. Still want you in 2 minutes, but... And it's always when you try to set up a character, you always wind up blowing through all your reserves. Jesus Christ. What is that roll? These are worse. The CU defense just bores the shit out of me. Because you take the worst elements and they have those units so artificially buffed. Because anything past 60s to 65s are usually bad. Because I think I sent to Miss Sparkle's friend was like, how'd you build your Vivian? I'm like, well, you see how and why I built her the way she is. Elements of it. Also, I'm too used to fighting certain enemies, so I know how. Come on. Stay clustered together. So, like, if you have Nicole, the problem is, Nicole is a little bit too much of a stick in the mud when you use her EX. Her EX is... It's always been the whole problem. She has a Teresa problem from HI3. When you switch to her... I am surprised that thing's still alive. See, at 60, you have to be at the top of your game. 65 is a lot worse. Like, 60 to 65 is where they're going to stick the high end. Still not fast enough, though. It's not good enough. Then again, you're talking in the ideal of the ideal. Ideal of ideals is very different. I'm too used to the MiHoYo in-games that they purposely make everything too hard. For jack squat shit, no reason. And then, it's like HI3 scales everything to, I swear, to triple S or double S. That's the problem. Now, if they can just stay in a nice, neat little corner. See, this is why I like energy regeneration. Because I spam my energy regeneration ability. That's probably why I'm able to squeeze out the damage I do in Genshin over time, because I discovered long ago energy regeneration is probably the most broken if you know how. Well, there's a corruption effect, like a madness. Eh. See, this is what happens when you take people who are... Most people don't... See, I'm the person who takes 3 attackers. My team is almost all mainline DPS. I am the very definition of I have 1 support person and 3 mainline DPS. So it looks weird and inefficient. I don't care about rotations in this. It's about clearing as quick as possible with the most damage. And everyone I have is set up that way. I don't like these. As I said, these discs roll horribly. How do you think I knew? These things are horrible. See, setting her up is the key, so once you get in. But I want her for the story. Now, some people don't like Astro Yell because she gives the haunting melodies of... If you play HSR, it's Robin. Maybe not as soothing after again in bed. So a lot of this is pure... Uh-huh. You can try. Uh-huh. Nope, not impressed. See, as this game is going along, they're actually moving closer to HI3. They're tightening up the combat. And you're going to notice a lot of my stuff, like in the high, I am popping off, like, my ults very easy. Now, that is probably why I like the energy regeneration. Unfortunately, that window is so tight in HI3, it's going to be hard to duplicate over here. You need, like, honestly, like, years. And you need the most precise science in the world. And HI3 is one of the hardest models to duplicate. Every gacha game has either tried it at some point and either never done it. Ugh. See, I don't think ever used my Aether batteries. Like, I have, for God's sakes, right? I have, like, a backup battery of, like, 2,400. You know how bad, like, this has been for, like, ages? Like, it's, like, horrible, in a way. I've, like, been here for quite some time, in fact. For some reason, I like the energy regen, but that is not the good one. That's really shit. Yeah, that breaks my heart on that one. The curse story is, from what I have seen, is going to be tragic, but at the same time, yep. Disc farming is always a pain in the ass, by the way. Because if you're looking for something specific, you might as well go artifact hunting. And that is still pretty horrifying in terms of Genshin. Genshin, they don't give you the energy reserves. That is one thing I want them to carry over. But Genshin refuses to give energy reserves. And it's one infuriating part. Because Genshin gets to the point where a lot of it. Probably have to do this about 10 more times, and then maybe I'll have to do this about 10 more times and then maybe get the ones I need. Record time. Getting closer. 1 minute and 10 seconds. I gotta do this at least. Getting her set up is going to be the key. And learning to use her is going to be the second. Because her pattern is going to be really... So a lot of this is just getting people right for the reasons. But so much faster if ships didn't split up and spit vomit in the middle of the room. I've ever said the quest for the perfect discs are shit. Now you know what. See, the ones I'm looking for aren't dropping. Not even the ones I would consider using. Because the ones I would use... I'm gonna say days is probably the most broken stat. Because that's one thing they're learning. The best agents being used right now are the days agents. No 100% way. And this is going to be the key. The problem now is finding at least the core. You need that core 4. So without that core 4, she's going to feel really awkward. The move, didn't they? He just had to move. That would have been under a minute. Oh, they did. That would have been under a damn minute. So far, I need about 2 more. But I'm not getting them. They're designed to be stupid. Like, that thing will... Those are some of the more annoying. Apparently the toad is a new one. So, the part of the early ones... Oh god, that was probably the longest I've had in a while. Let's say they're evading the whole way. If they weren't evading the whole way, that would have probably been a better, quicker run. But the problem is, those at their worst will rapidly evade. Aethers have this tendency to... They're either very quick and they mob and die, or like this one. I'm happy with them being... One thing, as I said, this is why, like, Lycon isn't good. Because most of all the combat lends itself to not single target. Also, I saved all my boss runs for until this was going to be released because I knew I was going to need them. And uh, I'm curious on the mechanics of the new boss, though. Judging from the looks, it's going to be interesting. Fortunately, it spoils the campaign a little bit for the thing, always. Jesus, the rolls on these. Neither of them good. Those are such bad rules. They get a foundation, but you ain't gonna use them. Because that's the issue. A lot of the foundations. How are you, True Bones? I have to read farming. Well, see, this is welcome to the borderline gotcha life, where you have to physically grind. And the problem is, like, with Genshin, they introduced artifacts. This is just extended artifacts grinding. Bear in mind, you gotta bear in mind, this is mostly done in Unity, by the way. A lot of the... This is mostly, I think, flat Unity, I believe. Yeah, this is new Unity, in fact. Most of this game originally was. And this game does fan service. So if you hate fan service, you will definitely hate it. So it's not for the gay people. You know, if you don't like... That's one thing I give them credit for, at least in this game. Genshin, they made it safe. This game, it's safe. It doesn't have the Genshin or the other games' problems where the characters have no shoulders in the models. They mostly, but they go way over with the fan service in both the male and the female characters. This would be like if Genshin was full 3D. But again, HSR in this was in about the development about the same time. But then their development is together, but they split off. Can I just get like 3? Come on. Like, can I get like 3? Come on. There we go. That's why I like Ziyuan. Ziyuan is basically one of the best characters. Because of her, she just has that attack nuke. Always. Wow. How many it takes this long to get one of those? What the fuck? Wow. That's funny. That's fucking hilarious, by the way. What did I say? It'd be about 10? Not dead wrong, was it? If they stayed right there. Secret is never to go looking for something open. Oh boy. Trust me, as I said, most people just show the story. This is how you actually get the discs. And the characters are nothing without their engine or their discs. You can have a subpar engine, but you will need the discs. I hate these. Can they just do that more often? Look, if I can just get them clustered, but this would probably where I would have Nicole over the other one, right? Got to check those. No, they were probably check. There's like a badge I forgot to check. Dude, it takes so long. Oh, by the way, I actually saw. You found something I have to do a topic on too. So apparently, Musk just fired. So to all the people who said Musk was a subservient to Trump and Doge, I was proven right yet again, by the way. Because apparently, Musk, being the shithead that he is, has turned on Trump in a way. But him and Trump were frenemies the whole way. That's what I said. You can't get two giant people with gigantic egos in the same room without an agreement. That was almost under a minute, too. I will admit fighting Aethers is a lot funner than fighting fucking robots. The robots can go die in a horrible fire, by the way. I hate the robots. The robots are like the nightmare fuel in this game. Because when you have to fight stuff that is electric, Oh yes, by the way, secret to this game is learning what characters have iframes and taking full advantage of them. Some characters have really good iframes. And I just wish this transferred to Genshin more often. But the problem is it doesn't. That's why, like, I think the first one, like, what is it? Fire Archon. She has almost all the iframes of Himiko from Vermilion. Which is interesting. And you realize it almost works over there, but it doesn't. Yeah, by the way, this is the update that just dropped about 3 in the morning. Thing is, you need both of these for the one the panda needs it too. And I know the cat is going to take it as well. You know what would make this go quicker? Very horrible lineup. Bernice. So Bernice has a passive burn effect. I really wanted to get into speed farming this. And no, they don't have a resistant to fire. Oh, that's so stupid. You were in the air. So you never took the damage. That's not cool. Oh, you're gonna be so fucking annoying. Oh, that is so stupid. That thing can fly. Practically has what? Back to back, like invuls, like that thing has iframes and it flies up in the air. What the absolute hell in a handbasket? Why? Who designed that? I know they're never gonna fix that either. That's the thing, that's never going to be fixed. Ever. Because I don't see either they're gonna admit they fixed it or that. And see, I'm close to the discs I need. So, it's gonna be a lot to dismantle, but the key. If they could do that every single time, this would be a lot quicker. But a lot of them don't. Gonna take a bit to set this, like as I said. The bigger ones, sure, I'll probably might. Yeah, I have to say, MiHoYo still does the best at this type of combat. Everyone tries to duplicate it, but there's a fine art to it. It's really Cognisphere. Like, Cognisphere does it. Like, you even see it a little bit. But it's the animation in the flow of the combat. ZZZ is a pet, the next pet of MiHoYo, right next to HI3. You can't really tell, but if you play it, you see it. The amount of love they give this game, there's a key to it. Because I can tell you the combat is getting tightened up about every patch, or ish. But they also do really good job with the animations, with the green screen. They do each of the characters' animations. Some are like done, but the poses are done with perfect green screen. And they use the body type similar as well, which is something you don't see a lot. Like when the Klee's character does the pose she does, or like them, that's they have the actors and the VAs do it. So it's more authentic. You see the work in Stellar Blade too. Stellar Blade. But East has been really good at embracing the mocap style. They keep getting shoved off into that corner. That's not my own doing. The second good one of that one I've gotten. Dismantle all this shit now. It's gonna suck. Horribly. Interesting. 30. It's weird. Huh. I have so many stub missions that I need to do. Because, like, right after they finished the main story for the season, I stopped playing as much. I'm pretty sure that this game is tighter in mobile. Like, I really can guarantee it is. Like, functionally, the way this plays, I've been very tempted to play on mobile. Because of the... Because I could tell it's at least that tight. Hit deselect. No. I do know there's like a bunch I gotta dismantle though. A lot of loot to dismantle. Hurts more than the actual combat does. This was part of the lot, but I never got to. As I said, those I missed, yeah, I knew they were bad. Feelings were shit. So bad. See, like, for every one you think is gonna be good, it isn't good. And I don't use the other ones. I should use those, but didn't find, like, what's he over? Oh. You can get targeted as well. Right now, what I'm trying is the scatter shooting. Why are my sixes rolling so much better? Like, my sixes are rolling so much better than my main. It's all the ones where I don't need it. I mean, like, if you're just needing purples, you need it to, like, level. Yeah. But at my state of the game, I can only use it. If they are not, when you're in the end game, if they're not gold, oh God, that's why you, like, throw them away. There's no really good way. Just playing the RNG game and hope about three of the stats line up. They don't break. Because this type of RNG is shit. At the end of the day, the problem with this type of RNG, it's really, really weird. Because it's like it's a fair RNG, but the difference between a percentile versus a number is huge. Like, if I can scatter shoot a variety, I'll be should have enough. They're not going to be perfect. They're going to be good. Good. coffee. I think like after like a solid run to those. I mean, I know the RNG is gonna be shit with them. Mistake I made today was not to be have my coffee pre-made. Let's see how bad. And I mean, if they're rolled about 70% or 80% of what I need, I'll be good. Now let's see here. What? Okay. All right. Let's read this. You know the worst part about the whole Trump Musk fallout? Trump he Elon went to Twitter and well, of course Elon always tweets a lot of shit regardless. I would say in a way. You see, I haven't gotten one good one. You know that's sad. I haven't gotten one good one. So I was telling you, God, this is so bad. You know? It's the worst part about it. Hold on. Yeah, you might be good. Oh, dear God, you'll be good on the other guy. I'm halfway tempted. No. No, I'll use that on the other one. Maybe. Okay. So, Trump inadvertently, I think like Trump and Musk were both. Like, apparently, Trump kind of had other tweets on Truth Social about Elon being an asshole, apparently. Or basically whining and moping or something like that. So, okay, what happens when you have two people with gigantic damn egos? This is something I always like. Yeah, Trump basically has an ego, so does Elon. And I mean, it's like, okay. Like, publicly, sure. It's like we all know Bezos is the way he is as well. I mean, anyone who's up big enough always has egos. So there's an ego to feed. It's like, under no illusion. So, these are going to be ideal. These aren't where you would want them. I mean, I need something with HP, but details. I mean, both. I should use that damn thing. You know, the funny part about that is that's the one. You know, I'm probably going to use that one. Because reasons. You know, physical attack is probably the most pointless on her if she's gonna stay Aether, but yeah. Is she anomaly? I mean, in reality, that's better. I mean, well, you're turning her into like a solid, this is all about turning her into a thing. Hold on. She's not an anomaly user. That's the key. She's a sheer force. That's a new stat. That's a new stat, by the way. Sheer force is new. I think. Hold on. So they're making. Oh, I see what they're doing. Ah, they're differentiating out the agents now. Because they didn't do it with my hobby. My hobby. Yeah, because you go to the older age, they have their specialties. Kind of wish they were better about they doing by portraits is weird. Think I know my hobbies right off. Izar is good. Like she's gonna be the one on the second half of this one, but she's gonna be right up underneath the one. But like, she could be really good, but she's more of a days god. Yeah, see, so she's a pen ratio, clearly. Just gotta go. He's gotta go. Yeah, I'm not gonna tolerate that one. Jesus. I think I settled. I think that's what happened is I've been using her so long, I forgot to check her actual discs. In fact, I just straight forgot. It's like, oh, this could be fine. But in reality, probably not. Yeah, these are similar. One's attack and the other one's HP. I mean, like, it's just bad. There's no defense on that one. There's no defense. That just needs to be taken care of. That's gonna be a big difference in here. I just let those on there too. That sit there too long. It's like this. This should not be tolerated at all. And this is one. This set right here is a really hard set to farm too. That set is. That set. If you think that current set rolls bad, no. Like, there's nothing to it. Like, here, no. Like, I think like certain of these, like no. Like it's one of the hardest sets to actually roll. And like I gave up on it after a while because I was like, this set is just downright shit-tastically bad. I just hate it because a lot of them are just that terrible. Yep. Yeah, 1 in 4. Still. Frost anomaly-ish. Would be a lot better. But it doesn't hit her. Like, she still has defense. But her in that department is about having the anomaly in the days. But that, if I replace this, would be a lot better. But it is one of those ones I'm going to have to target farm. Well, what's your crit rate right now? 19, 62% damage, 34. See, the current theory is that that bird is like my hobbies. I'll go with that theory, though. I feel like that's going to be the... I should check those, but I don't know. Impact. Look at it. Like, that's good. Like, that fits. Right there. I mean, that's a fill-in. It's not the greatest in the world. I feel like the good offset though. I feel like that's a better offset. As I said, I feel like somehow I feel energy regen would be better for her than anything else. There's that. I don't want to craft one. I know it's gonna suck too. And it's more reason. That's kind of here's the thing. That's more of a reason to just have either hormone punk or this one. But at a two-piece, though, it all depends on how the sub ones roll. Because if the sub ones roll bad, that is the key. So why you see a lot of the ones that I have used. See, like a majority of the ones I have used, believe it or not, see, that's 4. Could be the 15s. I think I have like a couple. It's like, this is an alt. It's good, but it is. I saved that because it's still. So it's best to save some of those. But it's the problem. There's no ones. She needs a 1. And the problem's going to be tightening this set, though. I mean, technically. And by the way, all Void Hunters have this eye pattern. The leader up tops is a Void Hunter. Because you see, like, in the eye, the internal part, all Void Hunters have that. When you see it. That's been the visual clue that they're Void Hunters the entire, like, that's how we're telling the Void Hunters apart. But it's also very, very similar. She's not an anomaly user, though. But she doesn't use aftershocks either. Back up out. Back up out. Maybe. I don't think I have backups of those, do I? No. I don't have backups of that. Well, the issue now is just I don't have a backup to it. Because if you're going for anything, it's 10%, right? The reason why people want that is the two pieces, as I said, is that 8%. It puts her into one. That puts her to a 1-3. It's about 1-3, basically. This is what they're talking about. But Hormone Punk has this weird one. Like, it's actually a set I'm waiting to see if anything can ever fully use a 4. And that's a real easy effect to abuse. Well, if I switch, I'm already going through it, huh? Sorry. I have an idea. But I need these to roll correctly. See, here's the thing. When you're setting up something, in an ideal world, she has that 20 plus 20% energy region with the crit rate. If that makes sense. I just don't like. Again, Woodpecker rolls horribly. I understand why they're doing it. That's probably the answer. But there's no way I think I can get that. See, there's a 3. I need a 3 and a 1. I need a 3 and a 1. Because that's what I need. I need a 3 and a 1. Alright. 3 and a 1. Honestly, the thing is, Nicole might be better here. So, I need a 1. Now, a 1. I'm at least able to do that, and it doesn't stack like a bunch of 6s. I'm also needing a couple of more of these, so... Yep. It always sucks when you're trying to track down and make, like, a bunch. It's really hard. I hate those. So you can tell when the Era's knees came out. So a lot of these, like the ones as the shields, as I said, they'll do stuff. Like these are teleporters. They have a shear if you're not careful. You gotta remember what they do. The thin ones strike through. I don't like them. So those I have lost people to because they just straight teleport through the battlefield and they'll be assholes. This is what happens. They're not rolling correctly. Because what was very misleading about Fixuan was the fact that they said she was Aether. But the fact that she is Rupture is the weirdest part. But all her skills are Aether. Don't ask me how and don't ask me why. I have a theory, though. Wow. I have a theory craft here. But I need the game to cooperate. Look, theory crafters take her straight into the crit rate territory. But the idea I have is if you could squeak out. You see, these cooperate a lot more than the new ones. Unfortunately, this shit rolls just as bad. These roll horribly. So, like, if you get a 1 What I'm thinking of is you take this. Like you take that and you roll the one. If you can get a one, it's either one, it's gonna work. But now it should be easy to get a. What I need is that. But granted, does RNG allow it? But I also need more chaotic metal too, so it works out to both ways. I have 2 chaotic metals I gotta replace, and the others. Being here is not the worst. So in the process, I'll at least solve 2 birds with 1 stone. So the theory I have working is if I can get her down, because she's going to be based on her wind shear and popping her ability. So that energy is what I want. See, it gives me a 1, then it gives me a shitty 1. Yeah, think about that one. It gives me a shitty 1. Not decent 3. The setting up Fixuan, because my idea, right, is to at least have that. Because if I get it, she will have energy recharge with crit hit as a substat, but with HP as well. Now everything goes off her max HP, but I've already got HP stacked good on her. Same with defense. Now, key here is I need the game to cooperate and cough up discs. If it can cough up discs that aren't shit, it will go quicker. Which it isn't. There's no easy way to farm this stuff. And if there was, it'd be probably that. It's the thing I'm hating about. I do not like this. Now, you think, in theory, you could stop that on stuff. No. They kept her kit so secret in parts of it. We knew roughly what we needed, but in one part of her kit, it's still weird. Unfortunately, like, yeah, I need to stream it. So the epilogue isn't, I don't think, as well. So, see, I have the other ones. I need those 2. Like, I already have, like, subpar and their new ones. Like, at least the other stats. Get dazed. Thank you. Get fucked. I do. There's about 3 or 4 different enemies I dislike. Obviously, the ones that teleport and cut across the screen are one of the hardest to predict. And those, it's this one. You gotta keep track of that thing at all times. As much as you gotta keep track of them. It's not as bad as the robots, though. The robots are still the worst. The shield robot is just a tank. Come on, you should have been dead about 10 seconds ago. But apparently it's immune in the side of the thing. Yeah, but yeah, I'm sitting on like so much reserve. Not even funny. So either one of these will work. The question is which one. Ideally, I want energy regen. But likely it's going to be the other one. See, Astro Yao and Bernice is absolutely dirty. Because what do you do when you have two... It's the answer... What happens when you have two off-field effects? By the way. One burns. You ever seen that? Though it is a charge hell, but it works. No, get rid of that one. Now, I will say, though, like, the problem is this. Like, you think about this, it's just like, it's not cooperating. And it's annoying the absolute piss out of me. In fact. Hold on. I'm gonna switch up and see something. Let me switch up a second. Take you to one. Shake up. Change you. I have a theory. It's very much of it's a very dirty lineup. There's something that's like a very dirty lineup, and if you don't understand why, there's a reason why Bernice is a god. Now, if I explain this, why Bernice is a potential, has always been a god. She's... When I first read Bernice's effect, and everyone slept on Bernice. In fact. So I said I am a god of unconventional lineups. Disorder is really fun. See, where do you see them talk about using Bernice with Astro? Nobody. There's only 2 agents right now in the game that do off field. That's Astro Yell and Bernice. There's probably going to be more. But you see how much damage Astro Yell did. And you see how much damage she does? Yeah. That off-field burn combined with Astro Yell. That's actually why fire lineups are. Astro Yell is good, as I said. She's one of those ones. Same with Vivian. Vivian is off-field support. I forgot as well, but she's an assist version. But what's funny is, if you notice, I'm able to use and abuse them horribly. This lineup is by far just straight 3 off-field or quick assists. You don't think of people, and people did not think of Bernice as an all-around. But she is so good, they ran her twice last year. And finally, a won. That's because Astro Yao buffs them, and they both feed off each other. Yeah, so much better. All of that just to get 1. You know that? Just 1. Fortunately, I had to get rid of about 100 in the process, okay? Yeah. No, it's not even the material grinding. Oh, look at that beast. That's level 10. That is just level 10. That is not even skills. That's level 10. Now, off to go make her materials. See, now that's what I call a base. Base for her, once you understand what her stats should inherently be, then you're good. Ew. Hmm. Ew. These are bad. Like I said, when those roll badly, you have no idea. Sometimes disc farming is the worst because you wind up with so many extras. Now, I know what I'm going to need. Now let's check out how retarded the new boss is. Really? So interesting. During the operation, you can obtain rupture, dual, and assist type persona. Huh. She's resistance to ice. Well, it. I don't know. That new region is different. Because the whole thing is they keep trying to make Hollow Zero the most dangerous place without saying it in the process. I'm gonna need 9 of these. During the operation, uh, um, I'm curious. Mhm. I'm thinking, here it is. See, clearly you're meant to use her. You know what? I'm curious. Astro, yeah, will be 3. If it's like a bullshit motherfucker, you have to fight with her. Clearly. Hold on. You really want to abuse it, you go 3 Aether. I mean, 6-1, half a dozen the other one. If you want to abuse it, go 3 Aether. But I'm going to test this. It's not resistant to fire. 24. Yeah, I'm just gonna pray to God that that boss don't have any kind of massive AoE. Mm. You're under him. You're not what? Oh, I've not heard that line before. Oh, that's funny. She is literally modeled after the like the pop idols from. Oh, that is so funny. Oh, that's a good line though. You don't like it, do you? Imagine if I get her up leveled up. Uh-huh. She complains too much. This is gonna be at least a fun boss. I'm pretty sure this boss has a reason she is what anyway. Yeah, it's definitely a she. Who she reminds me of? Reminds me of the enemies from reminds me of the enemies from HSR. There's an enemy in HSR that fights like this. Yeah, I saved all my boss runs because I knew the new boss was going to come in and I needed the materials. So if you wasted your boss runs, you got fucked. So good luck. I'm not impressed. This is the boss. Pompey at least was a danger. Hmm. You know why I'm probably not impressed? I'm sure this boss has mechanics. I'm sure this boss has every. I'm sure that boss has mechanics. I'm sure. Finish the boss within 10 minutes. Oh, God. Okay, the reason why that makes me laugh, I'm gonna say this. Do you know what you have to clear shit with Exalted? So in Exalted and HSR, you got 5 minutes before they cut you off. If you cannot damage something good enough in 5 minutes, they fail you. And the fact alone I do this quickly. Oh god. It is horrible. By the way, this also will get me my stuff, so yeah, see she does the Vivian is the definition of kind of that weird thought she's modeled after like a K-pop idol. Then again, all these people are ridiculously overpowered. I have pumped so much damage into these characters. They are straight busted, by the way. These characters are designed to do this. In any lineup they're put in. Now, the game designs tell you to take Bernice to be a glass cannon, but I don't recommend doing that because, the problem is when you take stuff into glass cannon. Now, disorder is part of anomaly lineups. That a lot of people don't understand that if you do it. Ow, you being shitheads. You're surviving at end. Oh, so the boss does have mechanics. Huh. You're not... Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, it looks like something a mix between a very HSR inspired and the Leaf of things. No, not Leaf. I mean, there's the second planet which you go to. Meh, easy. Now I gotta go get like 10 ruptures by things. Now I gotta go get the materials for her engine. Ugh. That boss is very, 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 very underwhelming. Do we have a question? Do you? Uh, you know, I need to come out here. I do like this ability to teleport anywhere. Oh. Not where I wanted to go. These quests. Competition is this? Did I not do this? Oh, hell no. I didn't do it. No, I don't care. Ah, damn you. I don't. I haven't done this. It's gonna ask me to do this. That's why you don't go around talking to everyone. You don't want to do this. I already told you how much I hated fishing in this game. I despise fishing games, dude. I do. Too much fucking work. At least it's the perks of the game. You don't have if you've never completed the past and you don't claim the rewards. Nope. I have somewhere I want to go. And I came to the wrong spot. So what the game does really good, and this is something I think the game does brilliantly. It will always demonstrate the threat of Hollow Zero. So all these massive hollows which are around, growing every single time. Like, that stuff always is a threat. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of. Like, there's a. When you talk about the idea being. Uh. Here, it's not as good. Like, in turn. There's something about. Okay, the navigation, depending on how they implement that, is I never liked that in HSR. Like they make this a very much a mobile style. Like this is a very complicated version of HSR, which I do not like. It is a very much a UI. Why do I care? I don't. Stop it. Stop it. Horrible. I don't care about random. I want the other one. I don't know. Do we? I don't know. I, as I really said, I think Kaisar's a really missed character. Like, she's really good. She's the queen of all days. She has one of the quickest days damage builds up. But also, she's part of a shield lineup. So it's easy that she's forgotten about. But she's a one-time offered. Though I was really lucky early on. I got, like, Piper, and then I did get Lucy very early on. Like, my friend never got her. See, Lucy has, like, she has the charge effects. That, so she has that. Now, the funny part about it is, right, like, where I said she might age out, like, she's a deceptive 4-star. Like, she's a 5-star in the way she works. She blocks and she does. She's only vulnerable in the form of when you switch to her. So the little pigs basically act as extra damage, but she also hits them towards enemies with her baseball bat. So bear in mind, she's deceptive range. Oh, and the other thing I'll need is we'll. Yeah, do this one more time, then I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna need this materials. Why? You get to see why I hate robots. I don't like this robot. Why does it have to be random? Plus, there's nothing friendly about this one. This particular version, there's two of them. One is a flamethrower, the other one has a shield, alright? Both. The shield variant is an asshole because if you go in here without electric, you're not gonna break its shield, and you're supposed to go behind it. And yes, you're going to need a lot of these. move the day along, I guess. I do need. So the big deal now, I'm gonna actually need, because I need 10 to just get the other one. Then I'm gonna need more just to level it. Because as I said, that A engine is probably going to be the only acceptable engine for her that I would use, that you can use as the lowest. And then you have to buy it from the gadget shop and pray that you have in store enough. Now, traditionally, those only come from the other. And you need both that and that, this, well, both of these sources to level up those. Now, these will go a lot quicker. Hmm. But yes, no, the Musk Twitter feud with Trump and Truth Social, yeah, that shit's a fucking thing. It's funny. But then again, Elon just. Problem is, Elon fired off like the akin to just blowing up the bridge. He said basically the reason why Trump won't release the Epstein files is because he's listed in it. Now, Elon's a little bit of a shit stirrer, but even if that's partly true, you just fucked yourself with Trump, and Trump isn't gonna deal with you. The thing is, the reason why half the problem with like this particular feud between Trump and them, they were never really fully friends. Like, it's just like worse. It's like two billionaires with massive egos fighting. It's going to be fun to watch Chad Bussey. I'm like, wow. Like, you gotta be shitting me. Like, not only did Trump, like, Musk and them been that, but then it's like, Trump's like, yeah, he stayed his welcome because he wanted, like, the whole thing. And I'm like, oh, yeah, no, Trump's the type of person who keeps shit on people. But so if anyone actually thought Trump and Musk were bros, hey, that takes the shit libs can eat one. Because they were never friends. Because I'm sure Elon thought he saw. It's kind of like if you go back to him and the Bezos. Elon, when he went after Jeff Bezos, that shit got ugly too. Like, Bezos, don't get me wrong. Like, Bezos might just be like that, but he's another, like, out of touch person who has, like, a lot of money. But, like, they said shit to each other. But now, that's different than picking a fight with a president. Now, there's a thing, too. Elon might have had a falling out with him over the, So apparently the budget is still adding 2 trillion in debt, apparently. Now, there is a problem right now with the US. We're approaching a level in the US that's probably thanks more to Biden, where we are approaching. Okay, so if Arch said this true, there's a level of debt, and I've heard this somewhere else. Like, Patrick Boyle kind of said this. So, like, the debt is paying 30% of our budget. So the average person can't even afford the home loans. All right. So if the home loans, let's say your loan debt, we are approaching service payments on our debt. Now, if anyone knows that, it's like paying off a credit card. Now, we could literally write that off, but US risks going into hyperinflation. But that also, where Arch could be wrong in that. And see, okay, Doge is going to be, if its cost was to cut funding, we got years. Like, Trump's apparently going to have a 10-year plan. Now, I can assume where Trump and Musk had an issue. But here's the thing. A lot of what's coming out over this is really bad. It's going to fuel anybody who hates Trump or Musk. It's not going to look good for anybody. So, the idea is Doge, yeah, no. Like, Musk was basically saying, expose the fact to the world, and to get back at Trump, not knowing he's going to help our enemies, is the fact we're approaching that debt service limit. Now, most people who have kept track of our government know it. Now, we're not going to default on our loans, but they won't call it in either. Now, there's a risk that hypothetically we will, I think, there's a big issue. Kensington economics operates off on a debt to GDP ratio, give or take. The debt to GDP ratio is a really important one. But the issue itself is we have to start cutting a major budget. And it does baffle Europeans, like, we literally, the vote was 72 hours. Now, the idea, and you can't really blame Republicans or Democrats 100%. But it also reveals that economies are not doing well. Like the Chinese is an example. Their economy is shit. They just won't admit to it. I'm gonna need a bunch of this. So oh, thank God we don't have the day and night cycle anymore. Used to be. And that is funny. Like, oh yeah, the shit libs are gonna be like, oh, Trump, they were fighting. Trump's being doing the fire. Look, anyone gets told Musk was a shithead. I've always said Musk is a shithead. The problem, I'm just rolling my eyes. I'm like, you. I mean, it just goes and proves my point. Within like the next 3 years, or by the end of this decade, we're gonna have a world war. I mean, China's not doing great themselves. EU's falling apart too, so give or take. Now I'm gonna have to get into the other one. Yes, I turned Lucy into a very mainline DPS. She's a support, by the way. Should scare the living shit out of people. I mean, hypothetically, I could pass on the companion for her and see what 2.1 is gonna bring, but I can guarantee you trying to pull her engine is going to go deeper than I want to go. But she'd probably be the first one I pull the engine on. Just because she doesn't have... See, the thing is, her engine is her only type of S-rank engine. If it weren't for the Rupture engines being the way they are, we only have one A rank that's accessible right now. Because they just reset this season. Oh, that is not wrong. That is wrong. And then again, I can forgive it. They don't call her Kaiser. Really, Kaiser. That's a historical person in me more than anything else. Then again, you ever notice how to pronounce Ooh. So we couldn't farm any of these mats until today, by the way. Just for the record. So a lot of this is just getting... Let me look up and see how many I'm gonna need. Also, too, I'm gonna say this for the record. People... Oh my god, we're gonna need 60 higher dimension data. Well, that's gonna be fucked. Four, 12, 4, 12. We're going to need... I'll go get it. Wow, they removed the day and night cycle. What the fuck? This is... Yeah, they removed the day and night cycle. I find that hilarious, by the way. I think it's going to be interesting unless they do the missions. Oh boy. So 4 seals to 20, 12 blues. So 12 blues. I'm going to need a total of 30. Yeah, I'm going to need blues. Jesus. And this is how you learn the fast track characters, by the way, when you get used to it. Yeah, she's gonna be a scary girl. She's gonna be a very, very scary one. I know. We could just look at the base. Yep. Well, see, the idea with this, with her sword, like, she's gonna have a challenge. I mean, I think see, just as the little glowing Oni thing, that's part of the sword. At least in theory, of course. We might be utterly proven wrong, but maybe she makes a deal with it. So it doesn't take her soul, basically. It doesn't take her soul. It causes them to go, like, it causes them to go. There's something about it. They basically go into, it's like a battle lust of swords in rage. It's part of a sword that gives them power that doesn't, but it steals their memories, steals their emotion, and it steals their past. So that's her actual, because that's what happened to her sister. Like, she was always wanted to be more powerful, because that's in her story, but that's also in the trailer for her. Both her and Miyabi both have a really tragic, like, history. But it's like funny if you do, like, but somehow she made an actual deal with it. Like, Miyabi made a deal with hers. So I'm assuming that she made a deal with hers too. Which, it's a theory I would have, because the bird is like. But then again, part of that is what pays into the epilogue, though. $39. $29 I'm going to need. Need 39. Well, Then to 50. 31. I'm gonna be curious if we get like. So we know in theory who one of the. So Fairy is a one of the AIs. Supposedly there's like two or three others. Something like that. But of the big ones, right, we've only fought one. And apparently they've hinted at like two of them. I mean, there's at least four. I have to go back and look at and see, because Neva is the one, but they've hinted at the dialogue. But yeah, there's a big, deeper lore. We'll see if they pay it off years down the line. But yeah, this is what it's gonna take to get through to all of her stuff. So here it's about 800,000. I was too tired to have to go through this morning. Because to get Yazan's fully up, you have to. So the one, then I'm going to need 20. I need 20. Boom. Done. Hmm. Skill wise, we're going to need like 60. Leave me alone. I don't care. Jesus. Vacations, go away. Hate it. Oh, right. Well, luckily, see, I got her early, so... Her HP is a little low. I don't think that's her ideal HP, by the way. 14,000 with 15. Now, I have to see. This is where I'm going to need the other parts. Right here. Oh, God. It's going to be right here. This is where you need the 60. Now I need 60. That's gonna suck. I already got the Aethered ships to level, though. But I'm not gonna level that yet until I get the... roughly. Oof. Decked out. So, this is where it starts out cheap. So explain this. So here take 60. These take 200. By the end of this whole arc that you're about to do for this character, the thing is, it's about 800,000. It's about 800,000 to just level her. It's not counting the materials, that's not counting that. But by this point, you're spending about 800,000. And this is not even getting into these. So, let me go get my engine and take care of that. Yeah, see, we couldn't. Again, we can't really buy those. Give or take. Crit damage is a tinge low. And I will work on that, but the fact alone I have her at the level I have her at will matter. Yes. I may have enough. I should have enough. I don't, I'll be shocked. Again, right now there's only how many engines? I may have overfarmed this. Yeah, I think I overfarmed that a bit, didn't I? I did. Uh, yeah, believe I did. It's her base, though. Oh God, I told you she was gonna be a beefy girl. I am not wrong. Wow. That's beyond what I thought she could do. That's 25% of that. Hold on. I want to see something. Is her base stat? Oh, that's all coming from her base stat, isn't it? Oh God. That base stat. Jesus Christ. I mean, that base stat's like 25%, right? Imagine. Well, You know, I doubt that core, that a W engine, but I'd be very curious with what her actual W engine looks like. Like, if that other one does good, like, that's a, the way she sits right now, right? Because all her other skills depend upon her max HP, but that amount of sheer force, though, see, it's actually how she probably works, though. Right? But that 2700? Oh, God. It's just beastly. Like, you don't even, she's not really Aether Anomaly, right? No. Oh, God, that's a monstrosity. Like, I mean, if you think about it. Hold on. Oh, look, it's Astroya. And here I worry that I would not run into any of my people. So now it's without her. I have a lot of my affinity with them capped, strangely enough. Everybody. Except I have. Hmm. You know what's really bad? What's worse? You just sit there. Fire and Aether weakness. Hmm. If I really wanted to be ingenious, though. Let me test something. It's probably overkill, but I'm kind of curious how it will work. Where is she? Bernice. And then give me Astroyel. And then give me. We need 60 of these. Look, I'll say this. If all fire attacks were like her, oh god, we'd have in business. See, I wasn't gonna pull on her, though. See, that was the trick. I was gonna say, oh, I want an Astro Yell. Sure, right? But nah. she is broken. Like, she puts all fire attacks to shame. If she is every fire attack base from here on out, and or the main archetype, look, if all fire attacks were as good as her, no one would complain. Even if they were a monicum close. But that's the problem. We only have fire stuns. She was like the first one that came with on the back end of Astro, yeah. But she was also, I guess, right before lighter. So the idea of her, like, she has like a very flowing attack. Like, she's one of the ones in the fact, and technically she's in the same faction. Supposedly there's a third that we get in 2.0. We're like supposed to get the third. Then again, hey, you never know. In theory, I actually thought we were going to get the Idol team, but I don't think the Idol team's going to be coming. I'd be surprised if we get the Idol team past this year or this season of it. But I don't think we will. They go by seasons. If we get the Idol team, I'll be dead shocked. Because the Idol team is supposed to be in the works. Unless they're going to milk the other ones for like the next 2 years. Oh god, you're more annoying than the actual boss is. I don't think I want to deal with this damn thing's mechanics. Mm. Mm. She has very much the Jean vibes. If you ever played Genshin, uh, she's one of them. It's like a fire. Like if you do. Oh, Jean is also part of my core, but no, I mean I play it, but like I took a nice like chunk break from it. It's like, and again, like Genshin's going through a lull because I look at it like it's like I don't think anyone wants to just deal with half this stuff there. You're worse. This thing has the 3D attack pattern of the robots from HSR, but in etheric form. You'll find that out very quickly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, just give me like through the first three. Two. But yeah, at least this will get the basis of her stuff done. Once this is done, I can get on with the rest. I mean, the epilogue's gonna be the problem I found without the epilogue is the stories. They're very dialogue heavy because it's supposed to be the introduction of how you find about Mockingbird. It's kind of, and Mockingbird is tied to Lycon's story. But as I said, me getting Yee's done, Yee's one done early, I can at least focus on her. Yes, she's a wise simp, okay? She's a wise simp. You have to understand. That's her whole like it's literally built up in the lore. But what's funny is people do the weird thing is they ship more of Miyabi as the weird Tsunade, where she warms up. But it's also because if you understand anything about like Her lore? Oh, no. Your mechanics are shitty. Damn it. Oh, dude. Oh, no. You know what that mechanic reminds me of? Oh, God. It's HI3, the pig that's, God, I can't think of it. The name. It's been so long, you don't run into them. I just think of them and I kill them when I see them. It's one of the Honkai that does that same move. Hmm. One would probably be better if you just did it on the Aether. Doesn't say how many I have. Let me see if it's enough to cover the first 3 funds. Probably. Gets me through the 4, but I'm missing the 3. I can't buy those. But I've already, I think I used them the other day. I go like 3. Yeah, but if I get stuck with, so like if I get stuck with that one, I'll probably be good for a bit. Honestly, probably be the first one to be like highly leveled. Technically, she's a void hunter. She deserves it. So, Her mechanics, I'd be very curious about. Hmm. Just level. Because if I need a level Vivian, I might as well. Makes it better anyways. Yep. Level Vivian. And then we should be. I think Astro Yao, it's because Astro Yao both are good. So okay. That's the money. Everybody wonder how you spend your money in game. I'd like to know. But she is pretty set up pretty well. Let me see. But the epilogue starts here. I don't know if I like the look of this. It's a weird one. The way to travel is strange. It's just strange right here. Him and his sister are actually vampire types. That's actually the thing about the... That's their archetype. This is the epilogue. So the thing about this was like the 1/6 like they gave us. That was always done. Like he is, but his backstory is connected to. Wow, we got the unity. We got the unity problem going on. They all use the same assets, basically. We used assets, like the one with the pink hair gets reused a lot. Oh look, if anyone's not familiar with like the issue with MiHoYo and their near legendary issue right now, uh, what is it? They don't have voice actors anymore, apparently. Oof. Yes, the top of tops, but see, Tops is actually an organization that has something to do with Hollow Zero. Yes. That's... Who knows? Oh, there must be multiple endings. Oh, thank God this isn't the HSR version of this shit. Oh, God. I would have hated this. I don't like these mini games. Hmm. See, they reuse. This is when you can tell when this was developed because they reuse a lot of the NPCs. They've been in the game for ages. Or they did do the VAs. Because he's from Mockingbird. And if you've done the story for Lycon, you know Hugo is part of it. They have hinted at the third story for Mockingbird. Be really funny how his sister winds up simping for you. Eh, just a night though. So they during the VA strike, a lot of this got it's kind of a joke right now amongst a lot of games. So the thing about the HDD system is it is linked to the fall of the old capital. Carol was the teacher of the kids. Because who we actually thought we were going to get instead of Faison was going to be Lady Sunfire. She is been hinted at, or at least in the early art of the game. But then they go, we're going to show that. It's Lady Sunfire or whatever. She looks like, was it Kiana with the double eyes, two color eyes. And because there's 7 Void Hunters. There's a person that looks like he has a flame for a head. Like we think who's the head of the Helios Institute. But it's weird how. Okay, I say this because the current theory, especially at the end of the epilogue, is there's another organization because right before the fall, and you see it, a giant hand comes out. And that is where the giant hand comes from in the boss. But this is just theory a lot of players been working off of. Faith in the idea is your ideas. Faith in that goes with the myth of he flew too close to the sun and he wound up dying. Now people think the harbingers, the 7 harbingers, are linked to the F weapons, which have the 7 deadly sins, which allow, well, as we've seen, Miyabi can control hers, potentially the other one. The 7 harbingers. We know supposedly one of the harbingers is the head of Tops. Now, at least that's the working theory. In a way. 7 works the. So a lot of but Carol the teacher was blamed. Well, say it's the teacher, but there's likely bits that the brother and sister are not human. That's due to the fact that the being at the end of the epilogue blows up on them and they were able to create shields. Like something saved them. And their eyes glow. But that's all from the original, like, prior. Cats. Because the mystery of basically New Eridu has been, like, when you go to the outpost, you see the Hollows. It's part of Hollow Zero. But Hollow Zero is actually linked to the disaster. I mean, you would still use Enos. Enos is still going to be used. Actually, really good storytelling in the main story. You can actually kind of just not predict it. But the side stories right now, we've been in that process of cat. Hey, old man. Excuse me, you're very thin right now. Here. Oh, man, kitty, here. You are. Mm. What's funny is it's funny how most people choose Belle. That's the actual funny part. Most of the people actually chose Belle as their main character. It's not really a second thought to me. I was like, okay. And basically, Phaethon's ability is tied. Yeah, go into hollows. We can't let players forget about Ellen. Because if we did, sure. So, see, he has no AoEs, basically. So that's why I said he's... So that's why I say he is really good with, like, single targets. By the way, what is this location? This is the location where you fight certain things. But as I said, I've been like been kind of waiting. And see, now the current levels of the characters are that. Now, you do have kind of an AoE, but it's that Lycon's just a weird character. Lycon, in turn of his playstyle, does not do what I kind of... Helen's, as I said, is a trap character. She's a weird one as well. That's why I said Victoria Housekeeping had probably some of the really good, like, single target characters, but as I said, my hobby was basically... But she requires a lot of time on the field to actually be effective. That's why I don't like her. She requires far too much, like... I think it's a problem is if she didn't require so much time on the field, she requires... Look, she is the character type that is designed to be the main DPS, where you're switching out and buffing. But it doesn't work, at least in my opinion, in the game. In this game, it doesn't physically work. Lycon has the problem of if you have to fight a big bulk threat, he will be at his best. Bear in mind, a lot of... I said I've... just never grown on me. Like, this character, like, I mean, I guess you can give the character the ability to go into the hollow. Like, now what's more funny is you should have the ability to switch between Y's 04. Yep. So only people who have ether aptitude can explore hollows. That's the strange part of the story. I mean, yeah, it's like, should you still use Enos to, like, explore hollows? Probably. And plus, her charge attack animation is that shit of horrors. She has, like, a really... okay, I call it shitty, but... man, is it slow as fuck when you have to do things. Like, that attack animation of Ellen's is just too slow. Mm. 0451. Because there's a hint that the brother and sister... Hmm. So, TOPS has been that organization we've known about since the beginning. People, like, someone in TOPS actually helped create Sacrifice. Sacrifice is part of the hand. Well, the white hand thing. It's part of the boss. Um, what Tops is also Anby's relationship in that program. Now you're gonna find out, I think, eventually. We're gonna find out. Fixuan, she's very similar in Anby. Would not be surprising if she's like quote unquote gene mother of them, in a way. Taken by Tops. But that's speculation down the road, though. Now, we were never certain how we were supposed to meet Mockingbird. Mockingbird was, as I said, their Hugo is, of course, tied. Strangely enough. And of course, it's the not, we are not doing the voice acting. I have a theory on this person too, but she's a weird figure. Like, okay, miHoYo does not name an individual without them having a future. She talks too fondly. She's not uh like I've had the suspicion that this is Zoo's mother, but it may not be. I mean, they have a similar model, but bear in mind, it's strange. It's a little weird. But long leading theories, a lot of people don't really like. We won't really know until they ever decide to pull. Right. It's the father of the Hartman. Because there is a suspicion, I think. It's either at the end of this DLC, this section called DLC. One of the heads of Tops, or the leading head, has the eyes like a Void Hunter. idea what we do without the other. So I'm assuming, yes, there's a lot of dogs in daytime. Is it a fat cats around here? Yeah, it's a really fat cat. Yep, it's a really fat cat. It's like a couple here. It's more or less funny, by the way. You first run into Vivian at the end of the last one before the other one, where she sends the thing to come after you. What is it? Because Vivian, right? Vivian is the sister of. We already know she is. She is the sister of. What's his name? But apparently, I guess that's why she gets called the sympathy. Cat with white ears. Why does your cat have bear ears? Daughter is not a cat. It has. Like bear ears. So, how does a mother and daughter look different? But like, you first meet her, like, as I said. Mm. See, Vivian knows. It's like she's probably that's why I said she's the best player coded character in the game. Hmm. Let's say if the segment was original. It is largely original, but it is not original. Yep. Yeah, story does well. At least I get the other one. But oh lord, it actually goes by quicker. But there's two parts to this stuff. There's actually two parts to this quest. Cats must be fed this time of day. My cats actually must be fed. Or else they're gonna bother me for hours. Especially when one of them is just out and about. So. Where's the cat? Who just hit me up like a fucking bunch of shit? Really? Mug gets back to me. Well, see, Vivian is set up to be a massive, like, simp for, have the obsession with Phaethon. So. Oh, he has some of the coolest animations. Like, half the reason I wanted Hugo, especially, was his main weapon is a scythe. Like, the aesthetics are good for both of them. Fortunately. The unfortunate part is I was thinking I was going to get fucked over on, See, my luck is always to lose 50/50s. Every time. So, if I really want something, I'm not going to get it, okay? As an example. So, bear in mind, I have lost every 50/50 since, like, piece of shit. Dude, I hate this shit. So stupid. Again, I dislike Lycon. Like, if I could use my own, it's just stupid. He's supposed to freeze. Shit. Already above the low health. Too much damage. His combat style is shit and a half. It's something you never understand until you play with him. Then you stick him with one of the worst enemy types. Of course they... Is not my favorite. It's because he has no AoEs. Know how to use it. I just don't like using them. Especially with the way they build their characters. They build their characters to have not the most optimal setup. So, if they're built to be glass cannons, they will fucking be glass cannons. Because they feel the need to set up attackers as literally attackers with no defense. Literally. It's a stupid fact. Oh, he is really cool, though. Yes. His weapon is a scythe. It's what makes him is that's what literally what makes him cool. This is why when he got spoiled. See, Vivian we knew about first, but Hugo we knew was a character probably in what was it? Because China usually leaks everything. Like almost all the kits get leaked at some point. But Hugo, we knew was going to be a playable character. You just didn't know what he was going to do. So, again, he's not half bad a character. If I have to go with a secondary ice character, I would prefer him. Yeah, storytelling, though. Mockingbird is more or less Thebes. Fucking course. Have I ever forgot how badly the base Lycon is? Fuck you, dude. Literally just. I, I'm gonna have to fucking restart this one. I've already failed it. I'm gonna have to fucking redo this. I hate Lycon. I do. I fucking hate Lycon. I do. I do. I hate Lycon. I fucking goddamn hate him. Like, Lycon style, whoever coded this, he is garbage. And they ask us to use him at least twice. Like, there's like part of like Bell Towers we're supposed to use him. Ballot Towers. At least that makes sense. He's not gonna match up well because he's too damn slow. Please let me use my fucking home. God. They don't believe in giving their characters any defenses. They really don't. And they think their stories aren't gonna be like grossly overpowered. And I've always said this about MiHoYo games in general. Depending on the staff, they do not know how to balance encounter. Like, clearly, you place a person who's a single striker versus a person who's an AoE. Who wins? I'll be honest, there's a reason why with the story of 10 Silver Ambi, I actually waited. Because I don't like using their versions. It's pretty bad though. But see, Jack is a new one because you get the first part of this animation during his story at the end. When you first meet Lycon's story. But this is also why I say the story is pretty dark too. Most of the characters they cloak it in a PG theme, but it's really dark if you look into the backdrop. Literally, like he kills people left and right, or the void they're surrounded by death. That's the end of part one. Snuggled as a cat. Yes. I think my audio, like I keep the audio in game. You'll hear it like once in a blue moon, though, sort of. No, sort of, because MiHoYo was having a lot of the like technically there's a large sections of MiHoYo games sort of that have no audio because they had a voice actor strike. Seriously. It's the weirdest parts of the game that they've released these segments. The only stuff that has been voiced for so long has been the main parts that have been cut. Like this shit's supposed to be voiced. They don't do it. Like they it's really it's strange. It, that's the problem. It's insane too, but I thought they have the VAs for this though. You think really hoping that the second half is more voiced. But a lot of this is not voiced at all. It drives. They never had this issue. I'll probably at one point voice it, but I have a high doubt. But I have a very high doubt. Because Bringer was working for Sacrifice. which is under tops, which apparently there's another organization which we've always thought it had to do with Hollow Zero. Because at epilogue, that final part for 1.0 hits like a truck. Because it has to go to the formation of Hollow Zero. I mean, a white hand came out, basically, and took a... So the white hand boss, which is Sacrifice, right? He was always an agent working in Tops, and then one of the people in Tops shot him with a thing that turned him... It's in essence that's drained from Miyabi's sword. So there's another organization. And I'm assuming 2.0 is going to cover more. Because she's supposed to have something different, but... Yeah, no, I don't know where that is. Stop. And she was attached to Bringer because Bringer was like a father to her. But Bringer had been working for the organization. So I said the game is dark. It doesn't quite have that Honkai Impact 3rd level dark, but it's pretty damn close. But they now call them the Exaltist, basically. The Exaltist work for that. But that's, we don't know what their goal is. So basically, seriously, Sakaku is one of my favorite. She's like the little Oni child that never grew up. Really strange. She's really an interesting ploy on a character. So. But yeah, no, like, this was buying over. This was like 2 versions ago ish. Of course. You have Vivian. See, Vivian gets introduced first at the end of the loop where you have the contest. You see her, and then you run into her. Yep. Would you like to know why, in theory, her character design that we've known about Vivian for quite some time? Because the sketches about her came out. Was the design for her? Okay, so the Rule 34 memes for her aren't that far off from how she's actually designed. Her character has been designed that she's been watching the main characters the entire time. So the memes you find with her simping very hard on the main characters, don't be shocked. Now it's more poignant. It's weirder when it's the female version than the male. Because look, the more in-game fanfic, like the shipping I hate in a community, but it's more accurate here. All the memes come from this. Literally all the memes about Vivian come from just the story. Mhm. She has the weird idol crush on them. That's what's actually funny. So basically, right, they they ship the character with was. It makes more sense. It makes a lot more sense than my hobby, which has the personality of a dead horse. because it's like she's only attached to the main character because of reasons. But even if you take into account her, teaches her to care, she's. That's how it goes. And this intersects with the Tin Soldiers Ambi. Yep. She is nowhere near as creepy as she sounds. But she's also that weird meta character they introduced into the game. Like, apparently, all the memes, like, she has the weird meta character knowledge of everybody. Because she apparently separated from Hugo a long time ago. Thing is, Vivian has a. Her archetype is literally like the Korean pop princess look, pop icon, idol look, combined with the personality of Wednesday Adams. If she was semi more affectionate. But whatever. Weird as it sounds. But undoubtedly, she's still my favorite character, at least in the game. To a degree. Like, even when you see her during the Star Loop thing, she does the whole thing like you're fated to meet. And when I say 10 soldier ambi does not do well, weird, like, see, I put her as my second, like, if she gets pulled and there's nobody, like, it looks like she's not horrible in the term, but snipe, trigger is a lot better. But the problem, it's also in the place that, how do you put it? Like, here she's more functional. But when you put into practice what happened with electric stuns, well, and the thing is, I'm going to guarantee Top's program has a tie to Faison. Because if you look at Faison or the sister, there's a connection. But the thing is, how I called her story initially, right? I called Anby's story initially because she had too much of that Bronya personality. Plus, MiHoYo cannot help but overlook and overuse Bronya's base story. Now, later on, okay, they are very open and honest in how they do it. And not to mention, like, one of the researchers around Anby, it gets revealed she looks like a version of Cacolnia. If I can butcher that name. The person who ran the orphanage. She's a 5-star version of Anby that doesn't do stuff. She's not very effective in what she does. She's a 5-star version, and it's just weird. That's what they did. She's a 5-star attacking version of Anby, which is similar to Soldier 11. But to take advantage of her, you have to have the 3 burst sequence. And parts of this, then parts are. But I seriously want to know why her daughter's ears look like bears. And she has white things. See, sirens in this world make no sense. As far as phenotype, like there's no, like, there isn't. Like, you'll see parts of the game that looks like a mother and a daughter, right? Like, Miyabi and her mother look similar. But you know they're related. You can assume Seth and his brother look alike. Alright? What's weird... It's going to go around. Unfortunately, this is reused asset city. Play through other parts. Like, once you get into her burst attacks, it's all good, but... I mean, other than that, she's a pretty mid attacker. So the thing about... And this is why I say if 10 Soldier Ambi comes back up, and there's nothing going on, I might consider it. Hmm? Well, shit. I'll admit I didn't see this shit coming. I'm going to say this. There has been hidden punches pulled in ZZZ that they do not pull in Genshin or the other games they do outside of Honkai Impact. Like, they don't tell you she lets herself die to sacrifice herself for the daughter. Because, like, if you look at the world of Genshin, no matter how much they destroy a region, they never show a person die. But it's more the telling they do. Does that make sense? They also do the fan service they used to do in HI3. I mean, they still do it, but it's not as dark storytelling. Hmm. So she has the cursed gift of prophecy. She's very similar to Castorice. Like, if you look at her model and you look at Castorice mixed with Seal, I mean, granted, I wouldn't call her Sealy, but she's like her head is almost exactly like Castorice. But like Castorice's story is very similar. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if they were designed with a similar context. Because Castorice's story in HSR is literally if she touches anyone, she kills them. She's her because her Titan, I think, is Thanos. If I'm correct. And it's the like a god of death. Because all 12 of them have a Titan core power. Actually, I didn't play through that story as well. Because a lot of them, but it's more like they're kinder in this game. They don't kind of do the gut punches that HI3 does. Like, I will be shocked if HI3 has, at this point, does it. I mean, Genshin kind of is safe. This game walks the line between being adult and not safe. Because it's tough to it's really weird when you get into it. And when I explain why she also has a weird goth girl aesthetics too. But, And quite honestly, they keep the idea of the Honkai, well, not Honkai corruption's different. The corruption, hollow corruption is a thing. So she has like a lumina, like a lumen burst. Like you see how like they have like that mark? Like a lot of her attack depends on that mark. That's why I said like she is going to be a weird unit if she is used ever. Like I knew people who were gonna pull for her, but like I would have passed on her just because of her ineffectiveness. Like Trigger I passed on because honestly I didn't need another and I also knew Vivian was coming up too, so quite honestly, if I didn't lose as many 50-50s, I would probably have most of the characters in the first. But it would just be like Genshin. I have them, but I don't use them. Because it's not like lighter. It's not like lighter's. I mean, Hugo's the only one. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Vivian was. Vivian was. Red Curse and 40k. Would love to see this three. I mean, if she knew how to control it. But then again, bear in mind, I do believe her and Castor Rice had like a. Interesting. He's a long lost sister. I was gonna say Tops is the enemy. In the end, we just don't know how we're gonna fight them. He's like a weird. I will say it's weirder seeing the crush for Belle's perspective. Considering, I guess, most people say it's wise that people are supposed to choose. Basically. Actually, it's funny. Most people just choose Belle because they don't realize it. In a way, I would have probably chose Wise with how many female characters are in the game that supposedly crush on the main character. But it works two ways. Like some people choose Lumina or they choose Aether, depending on the other. But none of these characters are like 100% good. Like, this is going to be a location at some point, by the way. For the record. When they finally open up the basic. So, when they finally do open up that, the idol team is going to have a base here and have a base. Like, we've already seen the models for, like, so, like, when you come around into here, like, when we first, there was a period during time of day, if you came over on 6th Street, you could see Lucy and you saw them. It's very weird. It's worse, probably that, because one of them, like, they've already shown, like, they actually have shown them before. I mean, Wow. Now, see, that's my first, like, that is a dark ass story. So basically, Hugo's father basically fathers children that are all half siblings. Oh no, that is a dark. That is a dark as shit. Again, really weird character, but very adorable. It's a lot more appropriate if you play as Wise. And then Belle gets shipped with by far every male character in the game hits on her. Which is weirder. Not kidding. But hindsight's That's the thing about a lot of the characters. Like, if you do research, seriously?
Hold on.
Muted the entire time. But like a lot of the story is, this is supposed to be the backstory for Faith and not Faith and but for Jack and Jack was the third person part of that trio. This was like on pre he lost his legs. Like we don't know. Like we've always known it's like cybernetics. Like they said Miyabi has some, but like that's clearly armor. Like Anna clearly lost his eye at some point. Clearly. Even though it looks like weird bondage gear like the rest of that faction, to be honest. They're like brothers in arms, so to speak. And in most people's romances, they would write this as a gay romance. This is like an actual bromance in a way that people don't think about. Now, it's done by Chinese people, so you can't have a gay romance, basically. At least overt. Because a lot of people have been saying Vivian looks like Castor Rice. She looks like a. It's weird. And they don't give you the option to play as the other sibling either. Oh, what's wrong? His actual father or adopted father was evil. little bit of Castlevania vibe. You'll find this in a lot of characters. They'll be inspired by other works quite frequently. Not gonna lie, her style never works for me. Now we are to the main thing. Oof. I was to say Vivian also has a bit of Firefly in her too. And that's one person I need to get an HSR eventually whenever they redo her banner. I mean, all you need is... Dude, all you actually need is to bring my hobby, and this place would have come crashing down. But then again, my hobby and them keep secrets too, so... That be said. I was actually... The story's a lot darker than it appears, because I don't spoil myself on some of the lore. I mean, some, almost. Some of the lore. I'm kind of curious on my own. At least they give her a good energy recharge. But in a way, Hugo's also willing to cut Vivian loose, so she has a better future. Because Hugo knows... what is it? Hugo has that tendency. Because if there's multiple sacrifices, that is a bad sign. We all know what one did. You needed the might of basically a bunch of people. Well, shit. That's why I said this story has twists in it that you only have ever seen in HI3. HI3 storytelling has that moment that guts you. It's like, it's not even subverting. Like, that's, you have no hints. Like, you have an idea. I guess the uncle was He has some vicious ass combos, dude. I'm not gonna lie, but part of Hugo's like kit is actually really cool. Like terms of that's why I said like if you did not have Miyabi, oh god, he would have been your next pick. But he has some deep combo attacks though. Fortunately. I wish. Yeah, little shit. Fortunately, they make him a lot beefier than he needs to be. That's the way I don't like having. Yeah, energy and point. If you design half these fucks, we have. They don't design like he should not be. He should be dead. They don't. Ooh. See, people notice when they actually showed semi nudity with Lacrano, whatever her name is, like getting a massage on her back. Like again, I'm actually impressed. Like storytelling wise, Eh. Huh? Why do all these people... Huh. You know, that is, what is that? That's actually, I want to say that's promotional material from 2.0. Phaethon with the, Phaethon with the wings. Weirdly enough. Phaethon with the wings, surprisingly, is in the one. Yeah, so there's still fucking more. Oh boy. Be funny, by the way, if they actually killed him. I will say this, if they actually killed him, and then they made him a character, that's very Honkai. That's beyond. Like, I mean, they kill him in the most safest way humanly possible, but Jesus. Like, I got all of this, right? All this crap. Rest a fucking shirt. I have been letting, like, side quests build up. I swear. I'm tired of seeing this. It's claimable. I don't care. Anyways. Challenge rewards. I don't care if they're not there. Don't. Leave me alone. I swear. That is a notification. It's redeemable. I don't give a fuck. Ugh. It's the worst notifications possible. It won't die. It won't die. I really... I kind of want to go over there and just clear that out, just so it leaves me alone. That's like 20 minutes. That's literally 20 minutes. 15 minutes, in fact. 15 fucking minutes, and I don't want I hate the thing. There's also a source of annoyance. See, here's the thing, and I say this with all due respect to a lot of these in-game activities. Most of them are one and the same, and it's an evolution of an activity from, like, a bunch, right? Like, shadow operations are a weekly thing. With their domain, very different. CU defense. Do you do this once a week? Simulated trials can probably go suck a dick. Whatever the evolution of a lot of like Honkai Impact or whatever they feel, they put into this game. And let's say this with all due respect. Some of this I don't care for unless it's the last minute. Yet they constantly feel the need to remind you. But then again, this is years of abuse with Abyss. Like, this isn't even hard. This is annoying. Right? Huh. Sure. I mean, I don't know if I would use those agents. Right? I don't know if I feel the need for those. I mean, isn't it a good thing that I leveled her? Isn't that really good? I mean, I normally use my hobby anyways. You know? It's not the issues. It's like, I say this with all due respect. It's pretty much shit. A chance to obtain gear. I don't know. You can go with the stratagem whenever you makes you feel any better. I. You know what? I'd give this a try. I don't like these activities. Like, there's no reason. But I get to break her in. So, I will break her in. Yes. Let's do that. Now let's break in the new character and see how either weak or strong she is. And let's see if my stuff pays off. Thank you. Could I please not have to deal with this shit? Thank you. I have no Aether at this time. So, see, there's this thing. They feel the need to double down on Elysium Realm, okay? They feel the inherent need, alright, to double down, and I have personally never liked it. Now, there's this thing called Elysium Realm. Elysium Realm is in the old. Very similar to this. Very weird. Oh, yeah, she's way overpowered. I have a feeling she is going to be overkill. Oh boy. I do believe I have designed a monstrosity. I do believe I have. And all you need to do is change 2 discs. 2 discs is all you have to change. Yeah, I'll be honest, aftershock damage, gives a fuck. Look at that. Oh, dude. Then again, my Onimami is very clearly... All these characters are extremely overpowered for their respective abilities. Like, I think I have her at, like, I can't even imagine. I really should do the tutorial for her. Hold on. What is her move list? Okay, so they designed her like her Usher of the Void mixed with Scent. Okay. Alright. Alright. Alright, I understand this now. The fact alone, her shit's like... Oh yeah, by the way, that changed to my hobby. Oh god, I already feel it. That changed to my hobby that I made. Oh, I can already do it. If I change that last thing that I need to... Oh boy. Now, I will admit, though, problem with my hobby is you do have to keep track of her stuff. Because a lot of her items, her damage bonus, comes from... That's not even her main engine. Then again, I think with her other engine, that engine's a 10. Like, I can't even imagine if... Like, if you have to set that up as an alt engine... Now, hypothetically, it takes a... During combat... That's fine. I mean, I'd rather lose HP than do that. Now, there's a part with her. She is strong, but Oni Mommy, clearly, the thing about her, that's why I call her basically more affectionate. She basically thrives on disorder. See, I don't know. Having two Void Hunters is a little bit broken. Two Void Hunters is a little bit broken if you know how to do them. Nope, 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 nope. Come on. You see how that energy, like, recharge does so much better? That is actually what I was talking about when I wanted to design her this way. That disorder bonus. But a large portion of her damage comes from disorder bonuses. I think it's too tanky at the end. Okay, that's a failure on my part. Normally, I clear those things with S's. Not a good sign. That's a new enemy, though. Yep. Maybe if I had to get this done, it'd be interesting. You need to get her damage up, though. There's a little bit of the main character energy problem if you have her. That's the only thing I don't like about her. But you can do the switch attack as long as you're causing days. Take my ult with me. Oh my god, how are you not dead? Bullshit. Jesus. Same thing. I have to clear this. I will clear this. Like I said, sometimes I don't care to do this. That's just funny. That animation. That's her standby movement. I'm not gonna lie, that is actually good. Little unconventional in my design of her, but I know how to design her. She's a god. And that's without my stuff. She's just getting... We're talking about clearing this, and like... I'm not even... I dreaded clearing this. Gotta remember to do that disorder combo with her, though. Most of her damage comes on that disorder combo, though. Yeah, as I said, she has the Hereshra of the Void, as well as the Senti. But more Hereshra of the Void. Uh-oh. I did not mean to do that. Yeah. It's weird. Like that is good. Can't carry them over. You know when something is tough, when it survives, like... Honestly, when something survives, like, that many ults that I do, you know something is tough. But yeah, no, she's powerful. There we go. See, that's more understanding because you know that shit takes forever. Either I do that. Right. I don't know how long I've been in here in a while. Oh, she is a decibel machine in terms of power. A lot of her shit comes off in decibels, though. It's kind of weird. Yasunagi is actually the one for this week. Why is it always the last sliver of shit? They always take so much longer to die. That's okay, retarded. There's no time. Years of as I said, training from me playing like I kind of miss the like old Elysium, like yeah, just give me damage buffs. Nothing good comes of it. This isn't even damage up. This is just nightmare on a stick at this point. As I said, I mastered the weird ability to build characters. Like, I mastered the ability to do this, and it works. Just because. Mm. Mm. See, I don't know what cards I have and I don't have. So, I mean, sometimes attacks you automatically dodge, obviously. It's at what, 2600? And I'll buy it if I have to. Fortunately, we can't really see if. Unfortunately, we really don't see if we. It's see okay. So like traditionally. Now, traditionally, with like HSR, it shows you if you don't own the thing, or if you've never encountered it before. This game could benefit from this. Yes, you're a very underwhelming boss. Be tougher than your boss, right? Oh, you know what's worse about this mode? I get free HP. And you know who doubles more for me free HP? A new one. Just let me chain attack you all day. My decibels go up and everything. No, no, no. So there's something about iframes in these current ones that fly. Oh, I forgot to fucking break up that goddamn thing. You know what? Fine, I'll just dodge my way around it and you're fucked. You know what I said, right? About in-game modes being very beefy and very similar to HI3, how they just inherently make them tougher than they actually need to be. Like, if you see the damage my characters put out, I don't enjoy this. I just never have. I'm hitting shit for, like, millions of damage, and apparently it's ridiculous. In terms of chain attacks, nothing survives this. Because you have to have special stuff on a boss just to make sure it survives. So every time you break it in this shit, they become resilient for like the last part. I swear. It's one of those annoying little shit things actually. When I said about 20 minutes, I don't like it. I hate it. Like 20 minutes. Annoys the hell out of me. Those things are welcome to a little bit of the end game in the game, but they talk about it, but they don't show it. See, they never show this part where when you finally get here, right? So when you finally get here, this is what you're looking at, right? Nothing against it. I kind of, at the end of last season, forgot that the shit exists. Okay? Family Evelyn, right? This is Corin, Billy. If you do it, Astro Yell, sure. Like, you'll get these. These are the personal trials. Times. That's what it is. Activity 8 or above. Now, you want to stick your dick in a blender, you want to get destroyed horribly, so be it. Been my thing. I gotta clear up all the damn new notifications. Right? But you know what's funny? It's like free, thing is, it's like free, things. So, sure. I can only imagine if I actually get her, thing. If I could actually get her engine, what she would do. See, Wither Domain is utterly different if you think about it. Wither Domain. I don't think I have leveled all these up. I think I did last week, and I didn't. Honestly, these are not bugs. They're more annoying. They're just there to make it look prettier. HSR has that same thing. Back to what I was doing. It's still bleeping. I swear to God. I hate that. Thank you. Oh, fucking hell. He's still bleeping. Oh, no, that didn't work. But what have we established? She is busted in more ways than one. Uh, but yeah, no, if you're talking about a busted character, she's a potentially busted character in turn. redeemable. What redeemables? There are none to redeem. Still bleeping. I swear to God. Why? Why? It is a pretty disgusting attack, though. Like, that's a beyond disgusting attack. Because it's ridiculous. Arrange a meeting with her, yes. Yeah. I'll let this play. I'm gonna tell you, the memes of her stalking you on the couch are real. Yeah, it's real. It is. Oh, chicken's face. Well, I mean, I don't know if you call it number one sub fandom, but be fair. Mm, obviously. I mean, I'm surprised they actually killed him off. Very much the light novel names of characters, by the way. You never knows. Hmm. As I said, well, she has a trauma survivorship. Wouldn't surprise me one bit if Lycon likely faked his death. You guys would talk to the mayor, and maybe, but what is that? Janice Quarter? Sultans in Janice Quarter. There's another side thing. I forget what it's in. Like a prior. Talked about that. Yeah. See, Landon's been mentioned before. Then there's the person who shoots him with the serum, shot the guy with serum is from Pops. She got away. You know what I mean? Clearly there's a white-haired woman, but ah, can I use my own Vivian? Can I please? Can I use my own Vivian? Please, 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 please. No, no, I cannot use my own goddamn Vivian. Piece of fucking shit. Can I use my own Vivian? I can't use my own Vivian. Like, nope, nope, nope. I have to use their Vivian. Just fucking sakes. I don't want to use their Vivian. So, look, look, that's... You know, the part of HI3 that I like is it allows you to actually use your own. That's something that should be carried over. Most stories, in fact, allow that in this game. Who's a good backup for her? I only have the option of one. And I mean, give or take. You know what? Not really. Well, I mean, if you had Hugo, you could, but you can't go double. So it's going to be an odd match anyways. It's just going to be weird. Who could back up Vivian? I think I'll just kill this one. Oh, I break her in. Unless assuming it's Aether, but that doesn't matter. Not that it matters at all. I would rather assume avoid trials. I don't care. I literally don't care. Horrible. I can... So you're telling me they waste these on a side story? Oh yeah, her damage is fucking retarded. Like her damage, the way. Oh looky, looky, looky. We got the other one. Ah, it's okay, lever. Some of these characters have more secrets than they ever need. I I despise trial characters, but I have my own. The only time trial characters should be acceptable and are acceptable to me is if my character is not finished. Mm. Mm. See, about every like 3 months or the other, they always have it. Ugh. Oh boy, interesting. Leap. He's an idol. That's a. Oh, mentions the idol team. Yes. The idol team. So, the idol team is all but fleshed out at this point, except it has models in game. So, one of them literally runs the bubble tea shop around the corner from this place. So the idol team, right, runs. So we know three members of the idol team, and they can be found sometimes on 6th Street. One of them is found around the corner from here, within the time of day. Their models are in game. In fact, oh, oh, yeah, go back that way. So the idol team in Ideal has been all but spoiled. I kind of know who they are. Like, what's funny is you can find them. Yeah, see, there's that model that's been reused. Whenever you see the idol team itself, you can kind of, as I said, one of them is okay. This is one of them. Okay, right here is one of them. Now it's weird, not weird that before the other one can be spotted occasionally around like the corner, right? But as I said, this is one of them. She's been in the game since really the beginning. At least until you start exploring what is it, the main city. She's been over here. Now, I think the robot has a human form, so you can kind of see her. Then there's the other. I list that. And it's weird if she's going to be part of finding the idol team. It's like part of her long-term quest. But Like the idol team has all but been spotted. There's only three of the models have been completed. I don't know if they're waiting till the fourth. Hmm. Yeah, it's more weirder. It should be done with the male wise. It should be done with the male character, not the female character. I mean, it's a little weird. Like, she's like the #1 simp fan of it. So basically, yeah. Like anything, I'll get to the epilogue. It's one of those long, like, you can kill the dialogue. You gotta go with the same team. Not really matters. I'd like to use my own team, guys, but no. Lady Dinah. Lady Diana. Lady Dina, yeah. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking her name. I make the joke about the N. You don't even have the NTR Vivian. She'll do it to herself. Hmm. I mean, it's weird. Her character growth, you see her. I don't know why any of them ever meet in Bell Tower. Do you know why? Outlet Tower here always is infested with hollows. A lot of her animations are kind of reused from the various Fuha forms too. Fixuan, I should say. You think I played the game for years and I should know that. Her name, it's so weird. But she's still at her core, that's strange. Eh, strange. Ah. It's such a weird mobility. Hmm. There's weird stories. You either hear the story mention of people, either you've met them or you see them. I mean, if you think about it. So, like, what's weird, a lot of the story, like, no, she's not the one I'm thinking of, though. You are a piece of. Honestly, if I had to fucking do that, those four would be gay. Ah, now you get the introduction to her. You mind stronger. This is your first introduction to her. She makes my hobby look weak, by the way. That's the thing. She literally makes my hobby. See, my hobby is powerful in a way, like her own way, when you first see my hobby. She makes my hobby look weak. Because bear in mind, she beats my hobby 2 out of the 3 points. Your ways on. Hmm. Let's see. One, Shuang, Shan. East one. East one. Yeah, no, it doesn't make sense. Even in English, right? So E or C. And they say Schwan. See, doesn't make. C or Yi? Yeah, so she was first mentioned. Results in the hollow and that. Really? I'm kind of spoiling myself. Really? That's really? Oh, that is so weird. So she really became Tepes? Oh boy. So she became. I mean, Dina's fate, though. I kinda. So I know, like you introduced Tepes. So she becomes Tepes. Oh, she does the angry short stack character narrative. Oh, so Camille's the mother. So Camille's the mother. And she, of course, she knows everybody. it though. What? A black pigeon. Clearly. I mean, but Dina, though, yeah. Cat? No. Hmm. Dead. They don't have the balls to kill somebody. I would like for to you know how you survive a stab through a chest. Best going through your chest unless you not even a lung, unless you have the regeneration abilities of a god. Well, I take that back. Just come on, at least. Nope, they don't have the balls to kill a character yet. But they do twist them into giant monsters. That's actually the truth. We kind of figured that was going to happen. He was either going to be poisoned or something. Be like too goddamn convenient. Honestly. Because these are like some of that storytelling, even I say, I'm like, okay. We just accept it's not poisoned or something. Really? Having a literal conversation. Like, I don't think they would show a death of a child. I don't think they're brave enough. That's the thing. I kind of wish they would. I've come through more. They hint at it, right? Like in the lore or in the stuff, but they're not very. We already had this conversation with this Bang Boo. Which is strange, really. But to be fair, this was actually good meta commentary on the game, even though it didn't really have anything to do with. It's weird how they explain that's how we wind up with Tepes eventually. Tepes is a weird boss, anyways. Again, without knowing this, I mean, Hugo was always going to be a tragic character. But unfortunately, they buried him in about one short, month. And they buried him right behind Vivian. And I think, to be honest, you would have had the problem of either going to pull for. I think the smart people would have still pulled for Vivian. So, a lot of these are interesting. At least I got the big, as I said, Fixuan is very powerful. At least the way I got her, oh god. She's ridiculously powerful. Mm. Right, Jenner Demon. We have to learn Hugo how he works. I like Hugo. Hugo has a little bit of I want to say it's like seal stuff in it. Why eventually I'm gonna get him, but maybe I didn't want to get him with the idea of each one over his horizon. In my ability to lose every 50-50 in my life. As I said, the last 50-50 I didn't lose was Kaiser. Okay. Everybody else, I either lost a 50-50 on since then, and Bernice was He knows build up days pretty good though. That's one thing I do appreciate about him. Like days, he was a good one for it. Now, theoretically, if you wanted, oh god, I forgot that one. I hate how they design these characters. I never want to replay this fucking level. I never want to replay that ever. He has largely, it's like a Hell's It's like character from Hellsing vibe too. He's not a bad character, but as I said, that is its stupid fight. Sometimes if you're used to and of course they don't voice this. So he duplicated the stuff, which is fine. And of course, Yishuan is going to teach the Phaethon how to control their abilities. The whole reason we actually go over. It's kind of the whole reason we go over to the one place. Like, he has a good chain ice attack. Like, but his aesthetics are really good, though. I guess the thing about Hugo and Vivian both have really excellent aesthetics. But really unfortunate timing on Hugo. Like, if they had not shoved Hugo, like, around, right before, like, if they didn't, they literally shoved Hugo, like, right before Yishan. If they hadn't done that in 2.0, with Astro Yell coming up, no, I don't. Hypothetically, I think Hugo would have been better. Because that's why I was going to pull Hugo. Hugo is good, right? Because Hugo has that. He has what I wish Seal would have had for the longest time. The problem with like Seal, from it's the same thing. You see it in her HSR form too. She's powerful, but the thing about her pattern, she's just it has that slow. He wants that as video proof, basically. question is, he literally has a seal pattern. Let's see. She's really like. See, he has a really good chain attack. But as I said, like, we won't be able to get him until he comes through again. Which, don't shove him right before. Good story. And the weird part about it is, right?
It's a weird philosophy. Because Hugo, I was always curious how they'd introduce him. Because I always had a feeling Hugo was going to come in and maybe a side story. But he's a lot more noble, believe it or not. I mean, granted, I think I think part of this story, but then again, right, due to like voice acting problems, I think that's why they cut 1.8 through 1. At least that would have been two versions. Now it's well, I kind of predicted this too. Like, why don't they store that in here? It's funny. Good storytelling. I had a feeling I'd be the question if they actually executed it. Again, people do not die until they turn into giant monsters, apparently, from their own shit. At least that is the rule I've learned from this world that they created in this game. It's kind of strange. No one truly dies until you see them just twist into that, which is really strange. Eventually, I mean, they do. But I don't know. MiHoYo has no plans to ever act upon. I mean, they don't look. They want to play it safe, right? That's the big deal. Is play it so safe they never ever have to. It's kind of the whole purpose. It's pretty sad at this rate, but It's fine. Whatever markets to. Part of the reason is it's easier to market a game that they don't rampantly kill people repeatedly. Like, don't give like culture shocks to people. Basically, that's part of the thing. If they, I'll be honest, as much as I like HI3 storytelling, he based it largely on Neon Genesis Evangelion. Because it was his one of his favorite things. Oh, but it had a lot of death and destruction in it. I can see why, but oh god, I know this location. This location is where you fight. You fight the little mini boss for the what's his name? Materia. It's for what's his name's Materia. I mean, they are learning not to railroad. I mean, they're learning not to be so railroady in these. They used to be a lot more railroady. A lot of these side stories were intentionally. MiHoYo's other bad tactic is to actively railroad the player. I mean, if it's for theatrical purposes, sure. It has happened before. Parts of this is a really good storytelling, but I don't think, as I said, it's too high of hopes. I'm genuinely shocked. I mean, they go there, killing a character, but give this game about a year or so, they might do it. 2 years? But then again, you gotta fight. You can't be a safe game and kill people. By the way, for God's sakes, Want to know how safe they play a game? Go look at Genshin. Genshin has one story where they hint they actually sacrifice a child to awaken a god, but they don't show it. You know, don't know how fucked up that is. They want that game to be dark. They literally want that game because they're going to introduce Nesnaya here in about, I'd say about 2 patches. At least by September is what we're looking at. And you're going to go to Nesnaya with full of harbingers. And you're not going to kill anybody. Alright? Yeah. Let's see how well that works. And you know what the harbingers' plans are? Now, the fun part is we're waiting on who the Tsaritsa is supposed to be. A lot of people have a theory it's going to be a form of Bronya. That's at least a long-running theory. Because bear in mind, they have, so you have, okay, you have Himiko in-game, you have be a very missed opportunity. If the Tsaritsa is not. That's funny. They call a shipping crate have Behemoth on top of it. Talk about the most very talk about the most like see part of the team, right? Because it's really Cognisphere. Like HI3 plays it safe now more than normal. I don't know. There's like not an edge. I don't know. That's a game that it's weird. Like I need to really pay more attention to part 2. But from what I see and I catch up in part 2, like I caught up through the first part, but I'm also not liking the storytelling I'm seeing. I mean, look. It's going to end in the death of Mars, or we all know the fate of the person, alright? Can't hide it. It's the journey. If the journey there is the journey is the part. Was it Helena is actually the version of the one? But I saw that. She's not going to give in to revenge. Okay. But you're not afraid of... HI3 is a different matter. Like, we called 2.0 the way to Genshin fight. Like, they're playing it as safe as humanly possible. Like, the story... Really? I don't know. Let me get this straight. She was going to willingly let herself be used by her father as a test subject. Then turns out years later to complete his work. The mother clearly turned the gun
this right here. Let's see. So something's gonna happen. We're gonna fall out of the sky. So something is going to happen that we fall out of the sky. Being the faith on myth. Right? Instead of our character dying, she saves us. It either happens in this or it happens in the next. Because I do remember that promotional art. I mean, you can always have the tragic oracle sacrifice herself. I mean, that's another. See, but really, no, about that. Again, I will never understand why they design characters as glass cannons. It's just nature. Look. Again, when devs don't play their own games, good point. Well, she has a point. Humans are greed. Because if you look into a lot of the stories, a lot of it is about the hollows and stuff is linked to it is about the sub-story of sins, the seven deadly sins. Because as I said, seven Harbin, there are seven Void Hunters. And each of their artifacts all have a negative virtue. It basically kills them at one point or another. Fixuan has one that apparently the head of that temple kills them. But a lot of these stories have been encoded in. But we're not sure what the overall arching theme is yet. It's honestly weird. Because you gotta understand, half these people become, like, either they become really good through suffering, or they turn evil. Almost all the main characters. Like, she literally is a twisted little girl. And I mean that. Like, in this arc, like, you see it. Like, she's blinded. Like, most of the other characters you find, or NPCs,
They have gone through a struggle to slay a struggle. Other people just embrace being evil. It's really the hope. There's not like a good. It's kind of like HI3 has a story about about everyone who suffers underneath. Genshin is pretty tame. We're just learning about the past. Okay, now we are there. Jesus. Damn. Now this, I was going to wonder if this could be said. He's far too gone. This is the thing about this game. The narrative of the Hollows in every act. Hollows, some people see them as saving graces. They are not. But they always present it as a threat. That's the thing I like about it. We all know the Hollows could grow, consume the world. You could literally, the whole city could be destroyed. Like Hollow Zero is contained by a device. But that's why they always remind you of the threat of the Hollow. If a game's narrative always reminds you of the greater threat, it helps. And it's actually better storytelling. But there's honestly people who believe Hollows and that. That's why Bringer actually believed that. And there's people in tops that believe it. Pretty good storytelling. That's the thing about it.
never turns out well. Well, I mean, Camille's gonna sacrifice herself, which is a deal. Like, it's actually a good episode. Like, I just wish more episodes between garbage was actually written better. Unfortunately, it isn't. Fortunately, they never do. And that's the big deal, like, leading in. Because that's why I say, generally, the brother and sister are more important to the story. Not just because they're player characters. They have something to do with Hollow Zero. Yeah, I do love how their stuff is a play on a... Yeah, as I said. This is not good. I mean, you don't tell, like, a lot of these people. That's why the theory about the hollows and about the pre-lore that you kind of piece together. Like, it's like a weird apocalypse thing, but it isn't. Because all the hollows are creations. Like, technically, that's going to come out down the line. See, you'll see a lot, like jealousy, greed. Seven deadly sins play a big part in the story. Pride. Kind of a strange story. Again, the fate of everybody. See, I'm actually shocked. This is how we wind up with Teppets. I've actually fought this damn thing. I personally find it stupid. I don't know when I fought this. I think, yeah, Teppets what I ran into. Not a really good one for her. At least not in this. She's the worst combined of almost everybody. I hate them. There's a reason I don't design mine this way. If I took this much damage, I would rip the character apart down to its core, rebuild it. I'll tell you right now, if I took this much damage in a character, I would delete the fucking damn shit and I would redesign it. I swear. I would literally delete everything fucking attached to it. Hate it. Because I know what they're armed with, and they're not armed with optimized. I can just tell by the health. You know, I'm done. There's gonna be a phase motherfucking two if they do. If they do a fucking phase two, here we go. Jesus. Gay ass boss fights, dude. No, 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 no. Would they really? Why would you write it that way? I'm not complaining. You introduce a character and attempt killing them. You There's theories on that one. This is why I say the brother and sister aren't normal. If you ever see the theories on why we say that, because so supposedly the teacher who caused Hollow Zero, it's not because it's Deus Ex Machina, because the same abilities. See, the HDD, there's so many theories too, because you gotta remember if anyone's seen it, they survived an explosion from Bringer that sacrifices himself in like a mini nuke explosion. They're able to create a force field and live. Like there's an actual theory that Bell and Wise are either not human or created ethereals that are very human. They're very human, but they're a mix of technology. Now, we probably will find out a theory down the line that's going to be. But with enhanced powers, you can just heal corruption? Is a reaction to between ether and in this, therefore it's not necessarily irreversible. Fixuan. Huh. Yep. So that's actually how they pronounce it. Fixuan. That's exactly how they do it. Though it doesn't look like it's spelled that way. Yeah. So 2.0, you learn that. It's weird. Vivian Banshee? What the fuck? I am so. Okay, actually, to get the quality time with her. I am so curious. Uh, I am. I am going to have to look that up. That is brief as shit. That if you have that scene. So basically, she injected. No, that's just weird. That is beyond. It's the future. It's always funny. See, it doesn't make sense. Okay. It makes zero sense, right? No. I say this because it doesn't make sense. I mean, technically, it's the whole thing through the epilogue, but okay. The bird in the falling from the sun, right? That, uh, and even then, no. Because as I said, faith in, yeah. See, okay, this is a statement. Here lies faith in who the sun god chariot fared, to greatly fared and greatly dared. This is from the original lore. Isn't directly created. So the proxies, therefore, that. I mean, to this, for obvious reasons, big lessons reminder. Both Bell and Mimes might be referring this, getting ahead of themselves early on. From realistically standpoint,
Okay, I say this because it is weird. I'm gonna look at the room after. Hold on. So, that's big if that's true. Okay, I gotta check something. Alright. So here's the thing. Yes, there is no sound in the game, obviously. Why? Yeah, very. I hear it now. Each one, yeah. And casually, she is a void hunter. Oh, I can already tell you the lore on the bird on her shoulder. I just want to know how she pulled it off. Eh. Hmm. Let me see. Because, like, there's like 7 types of it, supposedly, with the whole thing.
I will say this encourages more laziness, actually. I'd like to kill a cat. I want to. So.
Move, 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 move. Way too much.
Hmm. Let's see. Wait, Faye. Fixuan Sifu. That is a horrible name. Last name. Gotta check this. Best the preview for the next area. I don't want to start this yet. Come here. Make up for it. Come here. Come here. God, I want out. Oh, they lock you into the hole. Oh, God, they lock you into it. Hmm. Well, hello. Oh, yeah. Technically, it's a good place to stop, at least if I pick it up tomorrow. But let me see something. If it's done with story, okay, so that's the upgraded HDD, right? The HDD upgraded. Okay. The normal enuses. Let's check something. Okay, so the charging station is gone. So Enos isn't here. Right. In reality. It's kind of weird. So it's true though. God, can I get off of this story to go get out to go do things? Which would be lovely. I have something I need to check out. Hold on. Now, oh, out of it. I can't see it here. It won't leave me alone. Out. Can I just get out of the thing? I don't think it was removed either. what I was looking for. I am looking for something different. God damn it. Thank you. God. Okay. Get me out. No. See that. I don't think there's a limited event either. See, what I was looking for was something different that may have been here. Right? No, that's not it either. Wonder if they actually removed it. But the crowds embrace the dawn. That's the next story. Here, that is the next one. 3 days. They just flat out removed it, but actually had a limited event. They actually did it. So I don't. Unless it was like the permanent reward. Oh, yeah, you know what this is. I understand exactly what that is. They must have removed it. It's what they did. It's the only thing I can figure. They did remove it. Be damned. Yeah, I thought that said about 3 days. I mean, technically, that is over there. I don't hate this one. It's just that I've already thought I did this one. The only ones I have not done is this. But they actually did remove it. Yeah, guys, begin part 2. I might do it tomorrow. Shouldn't be as bad though. These are the side events. I was actually looking for an event, but they must have actually
gotten rid of it. One thing I can figure is they actually did. I just don't like the other random tests that got up on everything else. The only other thing is like I can see CU defense, but like 39 or like 6 days. They must. I know that event was there though. That event was there. That. Yeah, see, that's the thing. They probably removed it. Believe it or not. I'm actually kind of curious now. I am really curious because I know I couldn't do it before. I didn't have the option before. Let's see if it changed, but you actually have to complete the other one. I have to work on this. Like I sometimes I just forget to do this. Yes, embodiment of light. Yes. Hmm. The lower ones are always worse. Let's see. Haven't I gotten the one where everybody. I have to check my other ones because I haven't done it. S Mockingbird already did. I'll say I have a quest with her, but I'm not sure. It's the only ones I haven't done. I can't do anything. I Lane. Did they actually change this? I'm really kind of actually curious.
I fucked up.